lui semble facile à trouver. Le bonheur n'existe que pour plaire, je le veux. Enfin je commence à douter d'en avoir vraiment rêvé. Est-ce une envie? Parfois je me sens obligée. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué. Tout, il faudrait tout oublier. On pourrait croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai.
N'existe pas sans son contraire. Une jeunesse pleine de sentiments. L'ennui est inconditionnel, je peux ressentir le malaise des gens qui dansent. Essaye d'oublier que tu es seul. Vieux souvenirs comme la DSL. Et si tout le monde t'a délaissé, ça s'est passé après les sols.
Il faudrait tout oublier. Pour y croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Si simple, sois juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. Ferme les yeux, oublie que tu es toujours seul. Oublie qu'elle t'a blessé, oublie qu'il t'a trompé, oublie qu'elle t'a perdu tout ce que t'avais. C'est simple, sois juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. Tout, il faudrait tout oublier. Pour y croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai. Il faudrait tout oublier. Pour y croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être. C'est simple, sois juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. C'est simple, sois juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. C'est simple, sois juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. N'existe pas sans son contraire, qui lui semble facile à trouver. Le bonheur n'existe que pour plaire, je le veux. Enfin je commence à douter d'en avoir vraiment rêvé. Est-ce une envie? Parfois je me sens obligée. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué. Tout, il faudrait tout oublier. Pour y croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai.
N'existe pas sans son contraire. Une jeunesse pleine de sentiments. L'ennui est inconditionnel, je peux ressentir le malaise des gens qui dansent. Essaye d'oublier que tu es seul. Vieux souvenirs comme la DSL. Et si tout le monde t'a délaissé, ça s'est passé après les sols.
Il faudrait tout oublier. Pour y croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Si simple, sois juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. tu es toujours seul. Oublie qu'elle t'a blessé, oublie qu'il t'a trompé, oublie qu'elle t'a perdu tout ce que t'avais. C'est simple, sois juste heureux. Si tu le voulais, tu le serais. Tout, il faudrait tout oublier. On pourrait croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai. Tout, il faudrait tout oublier. On pourrait croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai. Le spin n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Le spin n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué. Le spin n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être. C'est simple, sois juste heureux. Si tu le voulais, tu le serais. C'est simple, sois juste heureux. Si tu le voulais, tu le serais. Juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. N'existe pas sans son contraire, qui lui semble facile à trouver. Le bonheur n'existe que pour plaire, je le veux. Enfin je commence à douter d'en avoir vraiment rêvé. Est-ce une envie? Parfois je me sens obligée. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué. Tout, il faudrait tout oublier. On pourrait croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai.
N'existe pas sans son contraire. Une jeunesse pleine de
Thank you, Bunny. Appreciate you. You know, a few things need to be clarified. Because I went to see my family yesterday, and today I saw, you know, I think people really overreacted. Blew things out of proportion. So let me be clear about a few things, just so we're clear, right? Let me maybe turn the music off for a second. Just so we're clear, right? For a few things. So I think you guys really took things like out of proportion. Like I saw on YouTube. Actually, I want to react to it. Peter Wiley uploaded it. He uploads everything, you know. But his video, it got like 5K views on YouTube. It's probably like the most viewed video on his channel. And I really think reading the comments, thank you, Bunny. I think you guys really like misunderstood like where I was coming from and what I was trying to say. So first things first, me and Zerka are still cool. Like there's no issues between me and Zerka, okay? That's like, you guys gotta get that down. Like it's not like me and Zerka have a problem. We don't have a problem, okay? Another thing too, a lot of you guys interpreted this as me versus Zerka. It's not what's going on. You know, I was a Twitch chatter for a long time, a watcher, right? I watched Zerka for like a year, dude. Zerka's a good guy, you know? I wouldn't have actually watched him and known about him if he wasn't a good guy. He's a good guy, okay? So you guys need to get that shit straight. You know, don't be out here making it seem like there's an issue between me and Zerka or I got a problem with Zerka, because that's not the case. Yeah, you guys got to understand that, you know, and chat, I hate to break it to you, but, you know, I probably like Zerka more than probably anyone in chat, you know, and I'm just going to be honest with you, you know, because I know him a little more than you guys. Um, you know, me and Zerk are cool. Okay, we're fine. Um, what's going on? So don't be here, you know, trying to stir shit and blow shit out of proportion, start drama, because that's not where I was coming from. Okay, so yesterday, the main point I was trying to make is that with the direction I've been going for the past few weeks, I'm kind of losing touch with my. Thank you, Postocrat. Appreciate you. Also, thank you, Bunny. Appreciate you. I don't know if I forgot. I'm just trying to get back into the groove of infrared, you know, and I need to get back into my own groove for a little bit, so that you know, because I've been treating his chat as my chat, right? Which isn't true, right? I got my own chat and I got my own thing, and I gotta lock that down more, focus on that more, so that I could be better prepared dealing with hostile chatters, right? But you know, obviously his chat doesn't mean bad. Most of his chat doesn't mean bad. There's a minority of stalkers and haters from other parts of the internet that go into the chat and stir shit, and I know his community, they don't know what's going on. They don't know anything about that. But I do need to take a break, you know, because I need to go my own way for a little bit, just to take a break, get things in the right direction, and just kind of take a break from that, you know? Because I don't, I'm, like I said, I'm usually a private person, so putting everything out there like that and always being judged, thank you, King Glucose, like all the fucking time, I just need a little break, you know? So, to be clear, um, I'm not done with collabing with Zerka or anything like that. Probably for a week or two, I don't know. Um, I'm gonna do my own thing, but you know the Zerka arc or whatever Peter Wiley called it, or it's you guys over exaggerated it a little bit. You know, like there's no Zerka arc. You guys have to understand that the one of the only streamers on Twitch besides Jackson who, you know, I've known and I fuck with is Zerka. You guys got to understand that, okay? It's not an arc. It's not a phase. It's going to be part of my stay on Twitch. Um yeah, like it's not like like you guys got to understand I didn't just meet Zerka, right? I've Oh shit, Anonymous. Holy fuck, Anonymous with the 20. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you a ton. Thank you so much. But yeah, thank you, man. Jesus. Yeah, anyway, you know, like I said, you know, yesterday you guys read a little bit too much into it. You spin narratives and shit. It's just not I know that's what you guys were chatting to yesterday, but I was ignoring it because I was focusing on what was on my mind, right? Um and mainly I was just trying to get you guys to understand why I don't tolerate that disrespect, right? So there's a lot of funny comments that I saw that really pathetic shit, like really pathetic loser, you know, low life. Um, Let me show you something. So this is pathetic, dude. Let me read you this comment. On as soon as these gifts are done, I'll yeah. Damn. I'm just gonna wait for these. Give me a sec. God damn it. God fucking damn it. You realize that if you're insecure about people calling you a virgin, more people will call you that? Yeah, you can call me that. I don't care. You can call me that as much as you want. My issue isn't that, it's the disrespect. Okay? It's general disrespect. Especially when I don't deserve it. Right? If you really want to think that, I don't care. You can think whatever you want. And the chatter's right. There's literally nothing wrong with being a virgin. Yeah, you ever thought of that? There's actually nothing wrong with being a virgin, by the way. So, like, why? But obviously, when people are spamming it, they're trying to disrespect me, right? And you know how I feel about lies, too, is I'm triggered over lies in general. But, yeah, you know, no, you know, let's not go back over it. I know you guys are stupid as fuck. Our relevant spent 2 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna be clear about that. So here's the thing. Yeah, yeah, it's the intention behind it, right? What I was trying to say though is that, just to be clear about something, I know you guys think that yesterday means I'm going on stream and pouring my heart out and venting. And I got so many words of encouragement from you guys. And thank you so much, by the way. I appreciate it a lot. Twitter DMs, Instagram DMs, just people telling me, you know, that what I said resonated with them so much. Thank you, Danzy. Appreciate you. And guys, I appreciate that a lot. I really appreciate your words and stuff. I really want you guys to know, though, that I am not, like, I'm not in a depressing, sad state. I don't have funny thoughts. When I say shit like, it's gonna be too late. Thank you, Class Analysis. Appreciate you. When I say shit like, you're only gonna understand me when it's too late, what I'm trying to say is that I really do think my haters would probably take it to lengths, right? That would get your attention. That's all I'm trying to say, right? I'm not talking about me. A lot of you misinterpreted that and you thought I meant something else. And no, that's not what I meant. What I meant is these people really are fucking after me. And I'm going to repeat this very, very clearly. And as clearly as I can on Twitch, I have not had thoughts whatsoever. It's not even within the realm of my consideration. So whatever happened to me has nothing to do with that. Just want to let you know that. As I don't know if you catch my drift here. You guys understand what I'm trying to say? I have not had any thoughts like that whatsoever. So if anything were to happen to me, God forbid, I can guarantee you that no matter what anyone says, I would never, ever, ever, ever in a million years do something like that. You got it? Like, maybe clip this and get this click. Never in a million years would I consider that. It is not possible. So if something like that happened to me and people say, oh, this is the reason, that wasn't the reason. Something else happened to me. Because I would never do that. You understand? Just want to be clear. There's no circumstance in which I would do that. None. Okay? I need to be crystal clear about that. I hope, yeah. So you guys got to know that, you know? But anyway, you know, I guess I was a little emotional yesterday, but it's mainly because, thank you, Class 232. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you a lot. You know, it's mainly because, I need you guys to understand this, is that I really do believe in what I'm doing. I do really believe in what I'm doing. And every once in a while, I have to remind myself of that. I have to remind myself that this is not. Thank you, Spirok, so much. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I have to really remind myself that this is not a game. It's not a joke. I'm not a nihilist who doesn't take anything. Like, I do joke and have fun, but there's a certain level of like, I am a real person. I'm a real human being. And when you get in character for too long, like I've been in character for like weeks, and that's not completely in character. It's just I've been on this spiel for weeks, basically just joking and, making a joke out of my own bitterness. And I just kind of taking it too far to a point where it's like, okay, I got to rein in and get back to like where I really am at. You know what I mean? Because I can't keep up the gag forever. I'm a really funny guy or whatever, but the truth is I'm a very serious person, and I've always been a serious person. Um, you know, the gag has gone on too long, I guess. And the gag will resume again.
Based.
Thank you, Darg. Like I'll get in lighter moods and shit with you again in no time. But I need to just kind of reflect and get back to, my solid ground before I do that. Does that make sense? And yeah, it's just when I get endless hate, it just forces me to reflect, why am I doing this? And that is kind of an emotional thing, because why there's a lot of emotion that goes into why I'm doing what I'm doing. You know? Like it's something I take very seriously. So when I have to remind myself of that, it's like it does kind of make me a little bit emotional and serious. I don't know if emotional is a good word, but it makes me more serious and makes me, less inclined to just be like joking 24/7, So, yeah, I mean, me and Zerka are still 100% cool. We're not going to stop collabing forever. It's just, a week or two, something like that. I'm probably going to take a break and focus on my own thing for a little bit, Um, I saw my family yesterday, and thank God. And I really, I really think that was really good for me. I hadn't seen my family in weeks and weeks. My sleep schedule was fucked. So yesterday, saw my family. I'm, yeah, I'm kind of back. I would have streamed longer yesterday, but I had to go see my family, And maybe it would be good to take a little bit of a day off, a break. But yeah, I just want you guys to know, stop spinning things out of proportion. Now, finally, I'm going to address the irrelevant thing and the guy irrelevant. Now, irrelevant's a loser. Let's put it plain and simple. Irrelevant is a loser. Okay? This is a person who's been on Twitch for years and years and years and still gets like 200 views, right? He's been on here for years and years and years, and he just can't crack.
Anonymous Sandy donated $200. You had a moment of vulnerability. There's nothing wrong with that. Live for your best life, comrade. We will support you regardless. There is no I, there is only we.
Holy fuck, Anonymous. Jesus Christ. I'm fucking speechless. I'm literally speechless. I don't know what to say.
Based.
Dude, I do not know what to say, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you a lot, man. I appreciate it so much. I appreciate you so much, man. You know, I know I say that to almost everybody, but I really do. You know, $200, man. Holy shit. Wow. God damn it. I'm just speechless. I don't know what to say. JC, thank you, and Nina, thank you. But anyway, what I was gonna say about our relevant is that you guys gotta know is that even when I am being a little bit vulnerable, it's you know, I'm not stupid. I'm very selective about making sure that whatever I put out on stream, I know the consequences. I know that what I put out is not gonna harm me. You know, I'm really not emotional like that on stream. If you think I was being like opening my entire heart out and no reservations whatsoever, thank you, Joey Steele, then I don't, you know, that's kind of a cope. It's not really what's going on. But I am talking about something real. It's something real. Like, it's a real feeling I have. But, you know, it's not a breakdown. Like, has had a mental breakdown. How? Well, because I was yelling?
Based.
Thank you,
Infrared
Selkie.
is vertically accelerating.
Thank you, Selkie. What percentage of my streams do I yell on the top of my lungs? Probably like 70%, right? So am I always having a mental breakdown? You know, you guys gotta understand that as much as I tell you about my life, I've been alone for years and years and years. I've been isolated. I don't have any human warmth. I don't have the touch of a human warmth. I don't have the feeling of human warmth. You guys got to understand that I'm still walking out here with my nuts hanging. You know what that means? It means my skin has grown thick. Thick, thick, thick. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't need it. You know, that's why I was trying to tell you guys, don't sage me. Don't feel bad for me. I told you that in the stream. Don't feel bad for me because trust me, I take it, you know, I can endure it. I endure it. And the reason I endure it is because at the end of the day, the thing that motivates me and that what I have in my heart is faith. I have faith and believe in my cause. If I didn't have that, I wouldn't have had the strength and the toughness to endure. And I'm going to tell you guys, as much as I was isolated, I was probably way more happy than people who have a bunch of friends. Thank you, Rissa. I had genuine happiness. I was genuinely happy. You know, I was genuinely happy because I could appreciate the true beauty of the world and the real meaning in this world. And nothing made me happier than that. Nothing made me happier than the fact that at the end of the day, the world is reconciled. Like, I can't explain it. You know? Like, history, fate is on your side. Right? I genuinely believe that. I genuinely believe that. And that brought me so much peace of mind. The only time I became emotional and shit was when I started streaming, right? Because I went to law school, and the ability to maintain that vision and that sense of meaning, right, was starting to break down in law school. I started to get insomnia. I started to have this crisis, like, what am I fucking doing here? I know this isn't my calling. I know that my calling is to spread the message. I know that my calling is to show people there is an alternative. You shouldn't lose hope. It's not what you think. And the wound is reconciled, right? I really believed that people should know this. Or at least, if I'm going to interact in the world, I should interact in a way that conveys this to others, right? That conveys to others the fact that this really dark crisis that we're in America and the world at large, that there is light at the end of the tunnel, right? That it's not all hopeless, it's not all despair, and that ultimately, this is going to sound, redundant, but there is real power in the people. The people are a mighty force. They just have to receive the calling of the era and themselves. Streaming has been a kind of roller coaster, I'm fueled by rage, I'm fueled by anger. It motivates me to defeat and topple my enemies. But you guys have to understand, that this is real to me. It's not just, all a joke. And then the reason I pursued Twitch instead of pursuing law school is because it was 2021. The time was passing me by, and I just felt like the world has to know. Someone has to be out there saying this shit. Someone has to be out there showing people that there's an alternative, that this is a fake left we're dealing with, that there is a real left, there is an authentic left, there's a real tradition of communism, there's a real tradition of socialism, and someone has to remember that. Someone has to represent that because no one's doing it. And, well, some are doing it, but it's not being done to the extent that it needs to. Why not organize direct political action? And this is why I yell every day, because I get dumb fucking comments like that, where people bark things at me that I've already fucking addressed hundreds of times. But I didn't watch our Irrelevant stream. The only thing I know about Irrelevant is that he leeches off my content. He's always seething and bitching and whining about me. His chat have nothing better to do than bitch and seethe and whine about me. And it's as simple as that. He's a failed streamer. He's a failed content creator. He does nothing but try and harass me and talk shit about me. And he still refuses to debate me. That's the hilarious thing. He won't even debate me because he admitted he's not smart enough to debate me. He's a Destiny orbiter. It's simple as that. Like, what did our Relevant say? What did he say that deserves my attention, And I actually have an important question that I want the chat to see if they can answer. Let's say I met our Relevant in person. How much shit would he talk about me to my face? How much shit would our Relevant talk to me face to face with me? So why should I care what he says on stream? I know I see our Relevants in the gym all the time. Our Relevants walk into the gym and they scurry by because they're scared to even look at me. I'm in the gym working out and I have the whole gym to myself, and I always see these irrelevants walk into the gym, and I look at them and I give them a death stare because I'm like, you motherfucker, these are my machines. I'm here in this gym. I was here first. I'm doing supersets. You better not touch my fucking shit. Right? And I see them walk in, these irrelevants. They walk in the gym and they just scurry by. They scurry by me. Right? They scurry by. And I see them every day. And then the irrelevants come in the gym and they go, I'm working out. Right? And there's some stupid machine that's like 15 feet away from me. I'm not even using it. And I don't have my phone or my keys or my water bottle there to mark my territory. And they scurry toward me. Excuse me, are you using that machine over there? They have to ask my permission to use an unoccupied machine that I didn't even mark my territory on, 20 feet away from me. That's how much our relevants have to respect me in real life. And I look at them and I go, nah. I don't even talk to them. I don't even look at them. I go like this. I literally just do this. That's how much our relevance have to respect me in real life. You understand? He can say what he wants. Let him say what he wants on Twitch, right? In real life, it don't work that way, right? In real life, it's a different story. That's not how it works. You know? Trust me, I see our relevance every day. I know how our relevance are. I know the true nature of our relevance. I know how they think. I know how they act. You know? Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to read a funny comment from the YouTube. Let me read it. And then we'll maybe watch the Matrix trailer. No, we'll do that after we have 15 minutes. So we don't even have a lot of time. But let me go ahead and read it. Okay. Ha's acting entitled to people's positive attention when he pushes people away, treats women like play objects, and marginalizes anyone who doesn't share his exact political opinions. By the way, this was the most liked comment on Peter Wiley's video.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, right? So I want to clarify for the obnoxious anarchist. I am entitled to people's positive attention. And here's why I'm entitled. Because if you don't give me positive attention in my chat, you get VC or ban. Your two choices, VC or ban, right? Can't say I'm a coward because I'm giving you an opportunity to be a fucking man. Come on my fucking VC and talk your shit in my VC. So you have two options, VC or ban, right? And then I push people away. Speaking about himself. So the obnoxious anarchist is a failed content creator who was on my cock for most of the months of infrared, begging me for clout and begging me for attention and begging me to interview him and platform him and all this dumb shit. And the obnoxious anarchist had the name the obnoxious anarchist. Goran, thank you so much. He was no different than any other weirdo leftist on the internet. I ignored him. I curved him and I left his DMs on red. So now he's mad. The second thing, if people don't give me positive attention, right? There's two options, right? I'll leave if I like the streamer, like Zerka. I'll just leave. If his chat is hating on me, I'll just go, right? Whatever. I don't care. Like they don't want me. If they don't want me to be there, I won't be there. Right? I'll leave. On the other hand, if I'm getting negative attention from a streamer's community, I will go debate that streamer just to show that community that the symbol that they're rallying around, I take a shit on. I turn into my betas and my subs. I become the Dom and the Alpha. I become the fucking leader. I become the fucking boss of their fucking streamer. And that way, every time they talk shit on me, they will know. I become your daddy. I defeated your daddy, so I'm your new daddy, chat. I'm your new daddy. That's what I do. So yes, I will exact the positive attention of my haters. Unless they scurry away and run away to their fucking image boards and whatever dumb pedophile shit they go on. So yeah, I am entitled, and I'll take my title. Because it's my title, and I'll take that title. Simple as that. If you're not a pig, then stop acting like it. No need to be fake. You don't find value and validation in yourself by pretending to be a womanizer. Pretending to be a womanizer? I literally admit the fact that my body count is not high, and you know, and the fact that it's been years since I've, done anything. So I admit that. But here's something I will insist on, right? If I want someone, I can get someone. If I want someone, I can get someone. I insist on that 100% certainty. It's just a matter of how long. How long? That depends. It could be a week, could be a month, whatever. If I want someone, I can get someone. Absolutely anyone I want. It's just a matter of how much I'm willing to work and how hard I want to try. But yes, I could get pretty much anyone I want, I think. Besides celebrities and, besides people who have like way more views, I genuinely like know that I can. It's just a matter of how much effort is worth it to me. And the truth is, most are not worth my effort. That's really it. Most are not worth the effort that I'd have to put in. To me, And by the way, I'm telling you this seriously. I'm not joking. I'm not playing a comedy. Like, I'm telling you this seriously. I am telling you this seriously. If I put enough effort into someone, I am absolutely assured. It just depends how long. I'm impatient. But yeah, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like, I am a pretty good looking guy. I have some flaws, I guess, physically, but that has never gotten in the way of anything. And I'm an extremely confident guy. I'm an extremely whatever. It's not really that hard for me. I need you guys to stop playing and joking about that. Treats women like play objects. But here's the thing. When I treat women like play objects, they can't get enough of it. And you don't know everything, but let me just say, yeah, they can't get enough of it. Okay? Now that let's contrast that to the obnoxious anarchist. When this guy talks to women in a comradely and equal way, they are cringing and their shit is so dry that the weather forecasters became confused about where the Sahara Desert is. Because they're thinking it's within 2 feet of the obnoxious anarchist. That, well, is it going to rain today? Hell no, we're going to have a drought for thousands of years. In obnoxious anarchist state that he lives in, the weathermen go, we're going to have a drought for thousands, tens of thousands of years. Because her shit is so dry talking to this creepy lefty guy. There's no possible way. There's no possible way. Right? These dudes don't talk to women. They can't talk to women. They can't get the pussy. That's the difference between them and me, is that I ultimately choose. I choose not to be talking to women all the time. Because I have trust issues. And I'm telling you the truth. I'm being honest with you now. I have trust issues. And it's like, just for it to be physical, it has to be very, very, very much like driving me insane. Right? And sometimes I see that in real life. But I don't go through with it because it's like there's no context. But I do need something spiritual most of the time. And that's sad. I'm going to try to change that, but that's how I've been, That's how I've been for a long time. I need something. I need a spiritual connection to get hard. That's truth. To get hard, like, to perform, not to like imagine or whatever or fantasize, but like to actually be able to fuck someone. I do need to connect with them spiritually, right? I need to connect with them on a deeper level, right? I mean, that's the truth. I can't just fuck anybody, But here's the thing. I really can spit game. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I can spit game. I can literally drive women insane with what the things I say, you know. Believe me, don't believe me. Only God knows. But I mean, yeah. The dudes like this will never know that. They'll never have any understanding of that, you know? Haas blames everyone but cannot seem to self-crit. It's all fun and games until making people laugh till they turn you into a lol cow. So let me explain the term lol cow if you don't know. So lol cow is a cope term created by a bunch of losers who are themselves the biggest losers, the bottom of the barrel of society. And lol cow basically means that they're going to milk you for laughs because they're going to laugh at you. Ah! And it's basically this cope idea that, you know, oh, you're not really obsessed or interested in this person or fascinated by them or extremely, you know, compelled and mentally altered by this person. You're just taking a distance from them and milking them. I'm just laughing, guys. The reason I have to stalk this person and think about them 24/7 is because they make me laugh. Ah! You know, it's a cope. It's the biggest cope that was invented on the internet, you know? If I make people laugh, it's intentional. I have never unintentionally made people laugh. Even in the heat of a debate, when I'm roasting someone so fucking hard, do you think I don't expect you guys to laugh? I never get laughed at unexpectedly. And please point out an exception. Every time people laugh because of what I do, it's intentional. Or at least I know what I'm doing. I know that I'm making them laugh. I know I'm creating an absurdity. You know? Haha, it's just a lol cow. I mean, yeah, that's really a cope. Yeah. And I don't know why he's addressing me. If you're not a pig, stop acting like it. No need to be fake. Who are you again? Who are you to tell me what to do? Like, who the fuck are you? You're literally nobody. You're literally a nobody. You're even more of a nobody than irrelevant. You were fucking trying to suck my cock for clout for so long. Because you were begging. You were begging I give you attention. And by the way, you know, when I say I don't need anyone, people are like, oh my god, Haz, how can you say you don't need anyone when you're always thanking subs? Because if people send me money, my manners that I was raised with says I'm going to thank them for giving me fucking money, their hard-earned fucking money. But at the end of the day, I will never beg you guys for money. And I will never beg you guys for views. I will never beg you for anything. Because ultimately, when it comes down to my dignity, I don't need you. I'm telling you, the viewers, that right now. I do not need you. If my dignity is on the line, I just don't need you. It's not worth it to me, right? So if you're watching me, you're not doing me a favor by watching me. You're watching me because you're enjoying it. If you're not enjoying it, I am giving you permission to just leave. Just go. I'm not forcing you to stay, okay? You're not like fulfilling an obligation. So if you really aren't watching me because it's what you want to see and you're enjoying yourself for whatever reason, just go. Don't let me force you to stay, you know? You can just go. I'll let you loose. You know? Destiny, some loser in Destiny's chat linked this video to Destiny. Destiny told the guy to F off. He's not going to react to this because he didn't want people sending Haas negative energy. Yeah, you know, Destiny's a real one. Honest to God, Destiny's a real one. And I found out about some of the things that leftists have done to Destiny. Dude, he's been through shit. He's seen some of that hatred too, you know? But the only difference is that the reason I think it's a little harder for me is because I was experiencing that same venomous hatred at a really low amount of like views and low amount of community and low amount of followers. So it's harder for me to defend myself, right? But yeah, they got him unpartnered. Yeah. Yeah, I know. But dude, he's a real one for that, honestly. Thank you, Destiny, for that. Appreciate you. I should probably DM him thanking him for that, honestly. That's real shit. That's real shit. You know? Yeah. Just personally, on a personal level, that's some real shit. You know, he didn't have to do that. And even if he didn't do that, you know, I wouldn't have hold it against him, you know. It's all business, nothing personal. But yeah, that's some real shit. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know what Destiny did to deserve hate. That's what I don't understand. I don't know what he did to deserve hate. What did he do to deserve hate? That's what I don't get, you know? I think all of his views have been on the surface, and he's put it all out there. Okay, he can say what he wants about Kyle Rittenhouse. If you disagree, then debate him. Why does that warrant personal hatred? Why do you make it personal, you know? It doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna grab some food from the fridge. Oh man.
N'existe pas sans son contraire, qui lui semble facile à trouver. Le bonheur n'existe que pour plaire, je le veux. Enfin je commence à douter d'en avoir vraiment rêvé. Est-ce une envie? Parfois je me sens obligée. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué. Tout, il faudrait tout oublier. On pourrait croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai.
I gotta eat this quick before I go on.
Une jeunesse pleine de sentiments. L'ennui est inconditionnel, je peux ressentir le malaise des gens qui dansent. Essaye d'oublier que tu es seul.
Also, let me put on some clothes. This will be disrespectful.
Ça s'est passé après les sols.
Il faudrait tout oublier. Pour y croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode.
There we go.
Compliqué d'être heureux. Le Le spin n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué. Le spin n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Si simple, sois juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. Ferme les yeux, oublie que tu es toujours seul. Oublie qu'elle t'a blessé.
It's not cold, but it's respectful, you know?
Oublie que t'as perdu tout ce que t'avais. C'est simple, sois juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais.
Thank you, Gio. Appreciate you.
Tout oublier. On pourrait croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai. Tout, il faudrait tout oublier. On pourrait croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai. Le spin n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Le spin n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué. Le spin n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Si simple, sois juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. Si simple, sois juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. Si simple, sois juste heureux, si tu le...
All right, let's do this. All right, give me a sec.
Just like right before a stream starts to be like asking to be let in.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey.
Hey, what's
Yo.
up, guys?
What's up? You ready?
Give me a second. I just gotta set up the I gotta set up the StreamYard. Second. Sorry about the StreamYard. All right. Prop it. All right, I'm ready now.
Cool.
Okay.
I'll start it off with just myself and then I'll drag you guys in for the YouTube stream.
For sure, for sure.
All right, everybody. What's up? Welcome back to the show. Thank you so much for joining me here. This is the dive, and it's also Haz's stream as well, I guess, because I think you guys are able to hear me right now. So I hope everyone is doing well. It's good to all be here for this. I think most people know why we're here, but I'll just briefly summarize. I put out a tweet, and this isn't a new thing. Like, patriotic socialism is a very, very old idea, and really it's rooted in the historical practice of socialism. So this is not a new thing, but I put out a tweet that I didn't think was controversial. I said I'm a Marxist-Leninist, I'm an anti-imperialist, and I'm an American patriot. And it sparked a massive debate online, not just in the United States, but like across many countries. And a lot of people have already done live streams this week, kind of discussing the debate from the opposite side of the political spectrum as far as this goes. And I wanted to bring these two individuals together for a conversation about why we all feel that patriotism is inherent to the fight for a Marxist-Leninist future. And these are two individuals that I think, are very smart, very well-spoken when it comes to this issue in particular. And I think you'll find their comments, I think you'll find them very interesting. So without further ado, I want to bring them on. First, we have Caleb Maupin. Caleb is an incredible political commentator, analyst, author. He's written numerous books. You can find his work at, you can find it on his Twitter if you just look up Caleb Maupin. But I believe it's calebmaupin.com. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, I see the shake of the head. And then the second individual we'll be bringing on is Haas from the Infrared Show, runs a very popular Twitch stream and also has a YouTube channel. And we've all been doing work together, and I've had both of them on my show before, but this is the first time we're all coming together for a collab stream, which I know a lot of you have wanted. So here you go. The men, the myths, the legend, Caleb Maupin and Haas. How you guys doing?
Great.
Good. How about you, Jackson?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for being here. You know, we didn't really like talk too much before as to like how we wanted to dive into this, but given that I just kind of gave that brief summary, I maybe each of you could go one at a time, and Caleb, maybe you first, and discuss your general thoughts on the tweet that was put out by myself and the reaction that unfolded.
Well, sure. What immediately comes into my head, many times I have had this image in my head of, you know, some average American family enjoying their afternoon, and then there's someone's knocking on the door. Opens the door. Hello, I'm from the local communist organization. Oh, okay, great. Well, tell me what your group believes in. Well, we think that everyone in this town is a dirty, rotten Euro settler. And your living standard is too high. So we want to drive down your living standard to make it more fair to people in the third world. And while we're at it, we are planning to engage in violence and property destruction tonight and tear this town apart, light some buildings on fire. You'll come with us, right? Oh, and while we're at it, we love drugs. We think drugs are amazing. Is anyone in your family addicted to opioids or heroin or marijuana yet? We want to get them addicted to it because drugs are just awesome. And while we're at it, have any of you considered becoming sex workers? Prostitution. We are all about that. That is our central issue. So will you sign up and join our group? Now, of course, I'm being hyperbolic. No one literally does this. And I think that is the essence of the problem. That is the essence of the problem right there, because I have done actual political work. I have knocked on people's doors. I have sold people newspapers. And you realize that, it seems pretty basic that in politics, the way to get people to support you is to make the case that you're going to make their lives better. People generally vote for candidates that they think are going to improve their lives. People generally support political movements, political ideologies that they feel will improve their lives. However, unfortunately, a lot of our politics on the so-called left has degenerated not into a program and a strategy for actually dismantling imperialism, building a socialist world, but rather kind of an identity that people can buy into. They can be on the internet, they can feel really radical, they can be very angry at the society around them, they can give voice to their very, very, very pent-up, angry feelings of rage. They don't fit in with the society around them. They realize that there are evil things that go on and other people don't realize them, and they're frustrated, so they feel alienated. That's not real politics. And look, national chauvinism, I've heard that my whole life. This is the greatest country in the world. And if you so much as ask people, like, why is the United States the greatest country in the world? They look at you and go, what? You don't think it's the greatest country in the world? You must be brainwashed. Everybody knows. We all hate that, okay? We all hate national chauvinism. We all hate jingoism. We all hate this idea that the United States is this infallible country that's never done anything wrong. Slavery, Jim Crow segregation, murder of Native Americans, Korea, Vietnam. There's been horrendous things that have gone on in the history of the United States, and we offer no support for that, obviously. But while all of those things were going on, while slavery was going on, there were people like Nat Turner and Harriet Tubman and John Brown. When there was exploitation in the sweatshops, you had Gus Hall, you had William Z. Foster, you had Eugene Debs, you had the labor movement. You had people organizing for the rights of women. During the Vietnam War, you had people who burned their draft cards and said, hell no, we won't go. You had people that ran through the streets of the city that I'm in right now, New York City, with the flag of the National Liberation Front of Vietnam, chanting, ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh, the NLF is going to win. And I would argue that the anti-war activists and the suffragists and the labor movement and the abolitionists and the anti-racists are just as much a part of the history of this country as are the war makers and the colonizers, and that socialism, when it comes to the United States, will be this progressive current in American history, taking power and mobilizing to dismantle imperialism, build a whole new world, raise people out of poverty, and build a better life for people around the world and for people in this country. I think that's a pretty winning message that I would be comfortable knocking on somebody's door with. So forgive me if I was a little bit provocative there, but I couldn't resist.
No, I love it. I love it. I think that was very well said. And it reminded me of what Michael Parenti once said. He said, this is our country and we have to fight to take it back. So, Haz, oh, and for anyone in the audience, let me know how my mic is. People were saying it was a little bit loud at the start, but Haz, your thoughts on the initial tweet and the reaction that came after it?
Yeah, I think we really need to delve a little deeper in terms of Caleb is 100% entirely right that they do have a losing strategy and they have a strategy of failures. Basically, people who cannot win the masses and cannot win in this country. But a more fundamental problem with leftists is they actually don't care. They say, well, we don't want to win. We just want to be right. And as a matter of fact, winning among the masses in America would be a bad thing because the masses in America are a bunch of settlers upon whom we can only desire misfortune and disaster and punishment, divine retribution for the sins of the fathers. So I think we should walk it back a little bit and actually assess the fundamental controversy from the standpoint of the history and experience and theory of Marxist-Leninism. Because it's not just that, as Caleb pointed out, that the adopting American patriotism is the winning strategy. It's also fundamentally correct and principally correct from the standpoint of Marxism-Leninism. So now, one of the first ways we can ground the controversy is this. What is the soil of socialism or Marxism or communism? Is this soil the abstraction of individual morality set against the world? Or is it the actual given majority, overwhelming majority of people that preside and live within your country? Where does socialism become real? Where does it become relevant? What is the class struggle? Is the class struggle an abstraction of thought? Or is it something whose context is inevitably national and civilizational and so on and so on? Now, there's the example of history. This controversy actually isn't being brought up for the first time in history. Actually, Marxism-Leninism is what came to define itself significantly on this basis of this precise question. What is the real ground of the class struggle? So the first form of this was when Lenin refused to recognize that the westernized city elites in Russia were the sole primary and privileged site of the class struggle. Lenin elected to recognize that the national Russian peasantry, the democratic petty bourgeoisie, as he put it, was the site of the fundamental class differentiations that were only apparent in the cities. The real essence of those differentiations were happening in the countryside. And then through the course of the experience of the Bolshevik Party, a term came to be adopted which was called liquidationism. Now, liquidationism was a phenomena that basically was this trend and tendency, whether coming from the left or from the right, that when there's a new historical situation, to just completely basically abandon the entrenched wisdom accumulated by the party and its experience. And let's just liquidate the party's program, liquefy the party's tradition and continuity, and let's just start from scratch. The reason I'm bringing that up is because in the 20s, and this actually forms a significant part of the origins of Stalin's socialism in one country and what we call Stalinism itself, was actually happening in the sphere of aesthetics. So many of the more radical figures of revolutionary culture within Russia were pushing for this idea called proletarian culture, prolet cult. And the basic idea was that the old Russian culture was completely stained by the sins and wrongness of the past, and we need to create a brand new proletarian culture. And the majority of Bolsheviks responded to this prolet cult, this idea that was being pushed, with the accusation that it was a form of liquidationism. But instead of being a form of liquidationism against the party, it was a form of liquidationism against the entrenched experience of history itself, specifically in the form of Russia's national traditions, Russian literature, and also European literature, and so on and so on. So Lenin responded to these people by saying, listen, we need the Russian people to be accultured at the bare minimum with the works of civilization, with all of the treasures of mankind, from the European Enlightenment to Russia's own traditions and so on and so on. We cannot cede Russia's national traditions to the enemy. We have to give them new meaning because we're actually the ones inheriting them. So they applied this accusation of liquidationism, which was first levied against detractors from the party, to those people who were trying to invent a brand new culture. So I think an important detail here is the fact that the past, and one last thing, I don't mean to ramble, but the opponents of American patriotism will point out, well, that's very well and fine. Russia was a real civilization and a real country that was founded based on some kind of authentic tradition, whereas America was a kind of settler colony that was founded on the basis of pure abstraction, right? It's the United States, it's the Constitution with its negative rights. It doesn't really have a substantive reality per se. And they will say on that basis, we cannot apply the same logic to America. And with that, I think one should be very careful to acknowledge that the same logic could be applied to communism or socialism itself. Communism and socialism is not readily possessed of a substantive content. It's kind of the same way, a kind of abstraction. And that's why I think in countries like the United States, communists not only have to follow the example of the Bolsheviks and of Marxist-Leninists in other countries, we should also recognize that communists are, within the United States, uniquely privileged with the ability to give new meaning to the so-called American project. What was 1776 about? What was this United States? To a point where we should recognize that the goal of communism is not only to give new meaning to those things, but also to inherit them, to also succeed them and be what they were always meant to be, if that makes sense. Like, represent what the meaning of 1776 and the United States of America is. And as far as substantive cultural and civilizational realities, only then can the authentic civilizational realities that encompass the United States, whether it's the Latin American culture or Spanish culture in the South, or indigenous cultures, or Black culture, or Appalachian and the European culture, all of these things can be given more authentic, substantive expression by a communist-led United States. Because communists are uniquely endowed with the ability to recognize that the abstract formalism of the bourgeois state of the United States is not enough to address the deeper, national realities. And this was the case in the Soviet Union, and it was the case wherever communists ruled. They were especially attuned and sensitive to the fact that it's not enough to declare yourself a universal state and a universal party. You have to address the specific national realities. So in no way is acknowledging the continuity of the United States of America and seeking hegemony over it incompatible with recognizing the specific national realities, or whatever you want to call them, within America, whether it's Spanish, indigenous, Black, or also European. So, yeah.
Can I add something?
Go for it.
I should have started with this, actually, and I apologize because my mind slipped. But I want to say this. When I was in Cleveland, there was a local activist named Cheryl Lesson, and she was a member of the Revolutionary Communist Party, the Maoist group, and she went to prison for 2 years for lighting an American flag on fire. And that was wrong. And there's been various attempts to outlaw flag burning in the United States. And I would be the first to protest against that. People have the right to express themselves in that way. And I will add that the first people to burn the flag in protest in the United States were African Americans. It was Marcus Garvey. And while I think that proletarian patriotism and such is a very good strategy that we should adopt, I respect the right of any colonized person, any black person, any Chicano person, any indigenous person to burn the flag, to say that they are not an American, to argue that they need to have their self-determination and a national territory. And that my belief in proletarian patriotism as an overall strategy is not a negation of that in any conceivable way, right? And I want to also talk about how cheap some of this can be, right? Because I support all Black nationalism, whether it's the Uhuru movement, Minister Farrakhan, the MOVE organization. I support all Black nationalism, and a lot of the people criticizing us don't. I support all anti-imperialist states: Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, any country that's fighting for its independence against imperialism. I support them. A lot of people criticizing us don't. And that this, demonstration of I hate America, I want nothing to do with America, oh, look how revolutionary I am, is really fake if you don't actually support Black nationalism, if you don't actually support Iran and Cuba and Venezuela, if you accuse people who criticize the Syrian anti-Syria propaganda about chemical weapons, if you accuse them of being Nazis, you have no right to criticize us on that ground and say we're pro-imperialist because we won't tweet, F the USA on social media. And that it's really kind of childish to think that you can make up for not really being anti-imperialist in your politics by virtue signaling with this, this kind of teenage rebellion verbiage, which is what a lot of this really is. Because at the end of the day, support for actual anti-imperialist forces, that's what makes you anti-imperialist.
Yeah, very good points. Very good points. I have a few things I wanna pick your minds on, but the first one is that, and Haas, you kind of brought this up a little bit, is that a lot of people have been saying like, well, you can't be an American patriot because of reasons X, Y, or Z, because of it being a settler colony or it being an imperial power, the imperial power right now on the globe. And what I think a lot of people don't understand is that, the Red Lettuce brought this up on their Twitter. Actually, I'll put it up for everyone so you can see. They said, ultras love to misinterpret revolutionaries. Russia was a former imperial empire. Cuba, Venezuela, Bolivia, Peru, etc. were all settler states, and their revolutionary movements used proletarian patriotism to rally the masses to form a worker state. But U.S. workers can't? Get the fuck out of here. So I'm curious, I'm curious your thoughts on that hypocrisy that we've seen from so many ultras, just like continuing to tout that line that like, oh, you can't be a patriot because of like this or that reason. But then they go off supporting socialist causes in the countries that have a very, very, not a similar history, but like in the way that they're pointing out, it is a similar history, be it because of it being a settler state or it being an imperial power. So, Caleb, you want to address that first?
Sure. If Haas wants to go first, since I've
Or
spoken.
either of you, yeah.
Sure. I guess I'll just be a little bit quick. I think this precise question, can be so adequately addressed from the perspective of dialectical materialism, again, which is within the arsenal given to Marxist-Leninists. Now, from the perspective of dialectical materialism, that also entails a unique view of morality. So from the dialectical materialist perspective, no one is an abstract, universal moral agent devoid of any material or substantive base for their existence. No one is out here just representing some kind of abstract mind floating above reality. So when people are expressing habits and attitude and ideologies, they are taking as their basis real material premises. And among those premises are national premises. They're premises that belong to one country. It's not a coincidence that so many leftists are just so uniquely American. It's such a uniquely American phenomena to care about Jay Sakai and all this kind of stuff. And that's not a coincidence, right? It's coming from those real premises. From the dialectical materialist perspective, the notion that America as a whole can be condemned on the basis of its immorality as a whole is an absurdity, because morality belongs to the sphere of an agent's will and intervention in the present tense, here and now, right? Not in the past, but here and now, in the present tense. And if American leftists, because, to clarify, dialectical materialism is a kind of ontology of reconciliation, which means you cannot say there's a founding sin of America and then everything henceforth is sinful. At one point, you have to sober up and be able to reconcile yourself with the fact that the reality of America has endured. It has endured the test of time. It has become an irreversible material part of people's way of life, people's means of life, and people's reality. You cannot spit on the hand that feeds you and clothe yourself and feed yourself and support your entire existence on the basis of these material premises, and then pretend that you're completely absolved from having to engage or confront them in any kind of way. Like, oh, I'm not an American patriot, I'm not an American, even though America is the basis of your existence. It's the basis of your reality, and it's what's contextualizing your position in the first place. The dialectical materialist perspective forces the individual not to blindly accept everything done in the name of America or the American government or America's representatives, but just confront your own material premises, own up to them, and acknowledge them. And that's how I interpreted Jackson's tweet when he said he's an American patriot. He's owning up to the fact that he is an American, he lives in America, and Marxism-Leninism or communism for him means serving the American people. I don't see what context communism possibly could have beyond that. It's not a moral condemnation of the world, little less the material world. It is insight into material necessity itself. That if America has been around this long, if the American people have constituted themselves as such for this long, and you've taken that for granted as the basis for your existence, at what point do you have to make peace with that? Are you going to wage a war against reality for all eternity until you get the divine retribution where all of the settlers are, brought to justice by history or some other stupid thing? Like, and the disgusting hypocrisy is the fact they talk about and condemn Americans as settlers and say all these things, but then in effect and in practical reality, they end up serving the aims of the American deep state and the State Department, effectively being tools of American colonialism or imperialism more than anyone else. As Caleb pointed out, there's no one who has had more solidarity with Black national self-determination in the online ML sphere than Caleb. There's nobody who has been more persistently supportive and given solidarity to anti-imperialist forces globally. So we have to appreciate this irony. They are themselves repeating the it's like what you do not, what is it? You are doomed to that which you repress, you are doomed to repeat. By isolating themselves from the masses in the name of this Jay Sakai bullshit, whatever they're on, they are repeating the original sin of settler colonialism. They are making themselves settlers who are fortifying the ramparts against the masses and creating their own little pure community set against the American people. So we have to appreciate that irony. They are the most uniquely American phenomena in the world. You don't find leftists in Russia and even in Europe, at least when Europeans are not being Americanized, or elsewhere, Latin America or Africa. You don't see them, expressing these sentiments. It's a uniquely American phenomenon. So sorry for rambling, but
well, I would like to add that, okay, first of all, we need to differentiate between a number of things, because as soon as you say this, you get immediately people start throwing a whole bunch of things and conflating a whole bunch of things at you. Okay, patriotism just means loving the land in which you live, wanting life to get better for the land or country in which you live. Patriotism refers specifically to a country, right? That's what it means. That's all patriotism means. That's patriotism. Nationalism is a different concept. Nationalism is loyalty to a nation. And the United States is not a nation. It's not a nation state. It's not Scotland. It's not France. It's not Germany. We're not, we don't have the attributes of a nation here. We don't have a common culture, a common background, a common language even. So we're not a nation. So you can't be a nationalist for the United States. And on top of that, national chauvinism is the belief that your nation or your nationality is superior to other nations and discriminating against other nations. So when you say you're a patriot, you're not being a nationalist, and you're definitely not being a national chauvinist. You're simply saying you want a better life and a better future for the country. And what is so frustrating is that people seem to argue that, saying you're a patriotic American, that means blah, 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 blah. That means, that you don't, blah, 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 blah. You don't recognize the country was founded on slavery. You don't, and it's like, no, all that means is we want a better life for the country. And at the end of the day, you can't really be an American patriot without being an internationalist. If you're really patriotic to this country, you want imperialism dismantled. You want a better relationship with countries around the world and an end to the exploitation of the third world. You want global relations based on win-win cooperation. You want an end to these wars. You want to break up the big corporations. That's really loving America. And if you're truly an internationalist, if you truly want what's good for the world, you would want the United States to move towards socialism and dismantle imperialism. And so there's no contradiction whatsoever. To truly be patriotic to this country, you must be an internationalist and an anti-imperialist. To truly be an anti-imperialist and an internationalist, you must be patriotic to this country. There is absolutely no confusion there. There's no contradiction between these terms. But people just continue and this is a great example of how it's another example of a very common trend, which is the internalization of our enemy's narrative. The most common example of this is the myth of the 20th century. I have heard my whole life, communism failed everywhere it's ever been tried, never had any success. Wow, China is the second largest economy in the world. Soviet Union industrialized, defeated the Nazis, Cuba's healthcare system. But no, it just failed everywhere it's ever been tried. And you would think when someone becomes a communist, they would be recognizing that that's not true. But they don't. I hear so many people say, that's true, but I'm a special kind of communist. I read Marx myself, and I came up with my own magical theory. So I accept your premise. I've just got my own. Well, this is what we're doing on this thing. We're internalizing. Our opponents have told us to be a communist means you're a dirty, rotten, unpatriotic enemy of the country. You're a traitor to the country. And we've internalized our enemy's narrative here. We've internalized this. Joe McCarthy had the House Un-American Activities Committee. And in the Communist Party of the United States, which was led by real organizers like William Z. Foster and Eugene Debs and Gus Hall and Bill Haywood and others, they went before the House Un-American Activities Committee and they said, this is an un-American committee. And they said, we're the real patriots. And this Congress is full of fifth columnists who supported the Nazis during World War II. It's full of poll taxers and racists and Jim Crow segregationists who are depriving people of their civil rights. We're the real Americans. And you accuse us of being violent revolutionaries. Maybe you've never read the Declaration of Independence, that calls for, maybe you've never read Thomas Jefferson. And they got up there and they said, we are not un-American. You're un-American. This committee is un-American. And that was the correct stance to take, that at the end of the day, people in the United States are going to identify as Americans, and they're going to want to make life better in their country. Historically, the way communists take power is not on the basis of their rhetoric. It's not on the basis of their ideology even. It's on the basis of their program. What are you for? The Bolsheviks were for peace, land, and bread. And the people of Russia and the surrounding countries supported them because they thought peace, land, and bread would improve the country, right? China was for land to the tiller. The Communist Party was for land to the tiller, land to the peasantry, a new China, breaking free from the imperialists, defeating the Japanese invaders. Well, the people of China supported the Communist Party because they thought the program of the Communist Party would improve things. At the end of the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx, in the second to last paragraph, he says that communists everywhere support every uprising against the existing order of things. That's every uprising, not just ones that are liberal, not just ones that are politically correct, not just ones that have a good view or a good demand, every uprising. But in all of them, they bring forth the property question as the leading question. So whenever people are at odds with the system in the United States, whether they're mad that their taxes are too high, whether they're mad about banks foreclosing their homes, whether they're mad about the wars, communists' job is to go to them and show support for them as having an uprising against the system. and then bring forward a program, demands that would challenge the question of property, that would move us towards socialism. That's what our job is. And if we want people to accept our program, they need to understand that the program will improve their lives. I mean, it's just kind of basic, right? I mean, this is just, so on the basis of our program, we should be formulating demands that will improve people's lives. When it comes to the issue of climate change, I have raised Fusion City, right? Right now, fusion energy is really the only hope for getting out of the nightmare of fossil fuels. We're not going to get out of it with windmills. We're not going to get out of it with solar panels. We need to construct a global, united effort to defeat fossil fuels, to harness the power of fusion energy. And that is a program, Build Fusion City, an international combined effort with Russia, with China, with Venezuela, with Iran, with India, South Africa, every country in the world working on fusion energy. Combine their efforts, build a gigantic facility in the heartland of the United States of America to solve the problem of fossil fuels, get us off of fossil fuels once and for all with fusion energy, make it not a competition between countries, but a global unified effort to defeat fossil fuels. That's a program. Are you for it or are you against it? Well, if you're for it, we're going to have to challenge all kinds of capitalist power. We're going to have to push back the power of the fossil fuel corporations and the big banks. And we're going to have to team up with the Chinese communists and with Russia and with other countries to do it. So are you for it or are you against it? Well, if you're for it, that's a pretty darn patriotic program, isn't it? Isn't that a pretty patriotic program? When it comes to the issue of immigration, right? We talk about the Sandino-Zapata economic corridor. There are people piling into the United States from Central America, from Guatemala, from Honduras. There are criminal organizations like MS-13 that have formed. There's dead bodies on the border every day. This situation can't continue, right? And Donald Trump and his big giant wall, that's not solving the problem because that makes those criminal gangs even stronger. If people can't walk across the border, they get smuggled in. The more afraid immigrant communities are, the more we have ICE kicking down doors, the more terrified people are going to be. That's not the solution. Liberals, they offer basically the same thing, right? It's not kids in cages now, it's children in facilities. That's what it is now. But it's the same thing when you get down to it. But we have a solution, which is the Sandino-Zapata economic corridor. The United States and Mexico and Nicaragua and China need to team up to economically develop Honduras and Guatemala. Jobs, schools, education, hospitals, effective teaming up with communities to fight the narco gangs. There needs to be an emergency program of economic development for Central America. And that would mean jobs in the southwestern United States, in Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, Southern California. That would mean jobs in Mexico. That would mean jobs in Nicaragua, an economic corridor from the southern United States all the way down to Nicaragua, through Central America, through Mexico. That's a patriotic program. That would solve the crisis of mass migration on the border, the humanitarian issues. It would make us a lot safer. It would stop the flow of drugs into this country. That's a real solution. And it's a very patriotic solution. And it's on the basis of solutions like this that communists take power. And in order to have solutions that raise the question of property, in order to have those, you have to be patriotic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very well said. Very well said. I'm curious your thoughts on there was a stream. I think Hakeem may have said this, and they were talking about this whole debate, the patriotism debate, and they were discussing the fact that America has such a rich history of imperialism and settler colonialism. How could anyone call themselves a patriot when that is so much of what our history, American history, is? And I would obviously push back on that and say, well, no, like there's plenty of history that should be celebrated, right? And there's an active attempt by liberals today to try and erase that history from the minds of young Americans, right? But I'm curious to hear both of your takes on that, because it is, that is a true thing. Like there has been a lot of evil that has been done in the name of the American empire way before we were on this planet. So I look at it and I say, I want to celebrate and learn from and carry on the torch of good that this country has done. And I want to use that to improve the lives of my fellow Americans. And I want to reject the evil and also learn from the evil that has been done in our country's name, but reject that and take this country back. Haz, you want to take a crack at that?
Yeah, I think again we should probably. This is an issue of again a very widespread confusion that self-proclaimed Marxists and Marxist-Leninists have on the question of morality, and morality is something we should take very seriously, um, because a lot of the mistakes come from not having a materialist perspective on the matter. Now, it's undoubtedly true that there was a unique evil. I will agree. There is a unique evil of European colonialism and specifically the colonization of America that is not even comparable to the forms of, you know, aggression and, slavery and so on of the pre-modern status quo. So I agree. There is a unique evil of this kind of modern European colonialism. No denying that. So it's not that I'm trying to say, like, well, this is the true for every single country's past and America is just no exception. No, I agree. It is a unique evil. The problem is it has already happened. It has already happened. And if we do not believe that this reality can be reconciled, that we cannot, so to speak, clean the mess, or at least help try to clean the mess created by the sins of the forefathers, there is no moral position that can judge the past in this way. In other words, America has created a mess, so to speak, right? With American settled colonialism and the genocide of indigenous and slavery. This, I agree, is all a mess created by America. But only as Americans can we clean the mess we created. Can we address this original problem? We're not going to address it by turning our backs on this country and its people and saying they're all evil and they're condemned. Because in effect, you are actively participating in that original evil by doing that and saying that. If we take responsibility for those original crimes, and I agree, America must take responsibility. And I'm not speaking in the form of atoning for its sins or rectifying the problem, but strictly in the sense, yes, we have to acknowledge this is part of the founding of America. We should own up to it. And if we cannot see how there can be a reconciliation and a redemption of the American project even after this, you're in no position to judge it from the perspective of morality. If we don't, we can at the same time own up to this hideous, ugly history and also believe that there is a reconciliation of this history, of this original wound. That is, to put it in this kind of Hegelian way, the wound is reconciled. This very original evil has a deeper meaning than just, meaningless barbarism, and it must amount to something more than that. And communists are uniquely disposed to being able to allow it to amount to more than that. And I think the form this takes is the United States because America, as Caleb pointed out, is not a nation. It's a union state. It's a union state of various different states, and it's it's in a state that, by the example of Stalin on the national question, is almost completely devoid of any specific national particularity when it comes to the pure form of the state. Obviously, there are national realities, but when it comes to the United States, it is devoid of any particular specific national content. What is more communist than that? Communists need to inherit that and give new meaning to it, to this form. And morality cannot be treated as something where, well, I may have not been around at that time of settler colonialism, but now I am uniquely able to, they like to use this word, you're reproducing and you're reinforcing this settler colonialism by participating in it, by being a communist and admitting you're a patriot. This is a completely bankrupt mentality. It's a completely bankrupt moral or ethical position. You are already participating in it, whether you acknowledge and own up to it or not. Unless you want to leave this country and go live in a different country, it still forms the basis of your existence. You're doing it either way, right? You're not an abstract, ghost looking down upon the world. You're an individual who has real material premises, who has real premises in this reality and in this country. So when people try to treat morality as like an individual is the ultimate arbiter of every moral reality, and that moral action on part of the individual will is what defines an individual's morality. Well, that's not a materialist perspective, because a materialist perspective says you are culpable and engaging in actions as an individual, whether you attribute them with the quality of moral will or not. As Marx puts it, men and women enter into relations independently of their will. They are doing it, but they don't know it, as Marx put it, right? You're being an American, you just don't know it and you're not acknowledging it. Your hands are just as dirty as anyone else. It's just that you're a hypocrite, right? So the point is, you are not pure or cleaning your hands or somehow morally correct by withdrawing from this reality and saying, "Oh, I want to create my own pure reality. This is a false reality." This is a complete. This is what kind of Hegel would describe as the beautiful soul. And since dialectical materialism comes from Hegelian dialectics, to put it in Engels' words, the standpoint of Marxism-Leninism to reality is that all that is real is rational, but not without further qualification. The meaning is, all that is real is rational, but not everything that is apparent is necessarily real. For example, as Mao used to put it, American imperialism is a paper tiger. Mao predicted that American imperialism would collapse under the weight of its own contradictions, without any moral intervention on part of Americans whatsoever. So being opposed to imperialism doesn't mean that you're enacting some kind of, purely moral, prescription and imposing that upon reality. It means you are expressing insight into material necessity. You recognize that American imperialism and American racism and all these things, these hinder the forces of production that are waiting to be unleashed. These hinder the flow of history that is waiting to be realized. And it becomes a question of time. And the point of communism is to accelerate a process that is, in a sense, inevitable. And insofar as we're participating in this reality, the only moral thing to do is be true to what is already happening and being unleashed. American imperialism will collapse. All of the evils of America that we attribute to America will not last forever. But insofar as we're living in this world, the only will that can be expressed, that can be called moral, is one which acknowledges this and expounds this insight into action. So that's what I'll say.
Well, I want to add that, we shouldn't accept that all these things that have gone on in the history of the United States that were absolutely evil and wrong benefited the country. Slavery, for example, held back the industrialization and economic development of the United States. And that was one of the main motivations for the Civil War. The industrial capitalists were furious about the fact that in the South, they maintained an agrarian economy without industrialization. And there was a clash between the semi-feudal slave economy of the South and the rising industrial economy of the North. And if you look at the US South, the reason that even today, hundreds of years later, it is still poorer than the rest of the United States, it's still largely agrarian, it's still less developed, is because of the legacy of slavery. Now, that's not to say that wealthy white plantation owners didn't benefit from slavery, but if you look at the US South, overwhelmingly, the majority of the population of white people weren't benefiting from it. Black people certainly weren't benefiting from it, being, murdered and exploited and worked to death. They weren't benefiting from it. But the majority of white people weren't benefiting from it because they had the lowest wages in the country because they were competing with people who worked for free. And slavery overwhelmingly was bad for white workers in the South. And the defeat of slavery was a victory for the US economy overall. It led to unleashing industrialization in the country. And this is what W.E.B. Du Bois talked about in his History of the United States. In his Black Reconstruction, he makes this point. And at the time that slavery was going on, it was labor unions and those who fought for the rights of workers that were the biggest opponents of slavery for this reason. Because even if these labor unionists were racist, they understood that slavery drove the wages of workers down. It hurt the U.S. economy. So by saying that that you can't be patriotic in the United States because of slavery, the strongest arguments against slavery at the time were being made by people who were arguing in the interests of the United States, and slavery hurt all working people in the United States. So that logic just doesn't add up. And this has been completely eroded. I watched, John Oliver, he did this piece about Confederate monuments. And if you watched the piece, you would think that slavery was good for Southern white people. It was good for Southern white people. They should just feel guilty about it. Well, that's bullcrap. It wasn't good for Southern white people. And the idea that slavery was good for Southern white people is propaganda that was invented by the Democratic Party. That was invented. It's Gone with the Wind, Birth of a Nation, the Ku Klux Klan. They did all of this stuff to rewrite history, to convince low-income white people that they were better off when slavery went on. But that was a big fat lie. And liberals now go around repeating this as if this is a fact. Oh, yeah, well, slavery benefited all white people in the United States, and but they should just feel guilty and ashamed of this. That's not actually what went on. This whole narrative, I've often criticized the book To Kill a Mockingbird. It's a really nice story. It's very touching, but it has absolutely nothing to do with the anti-racist struggles of the 1930s, right? It's, you have this town in the South, and there are these black people, and these black people couldn't possibly fight for their own rights. They're just helpless victims, and they're just these passive, helpless victims. And then all the poor white people are a bunch of rednecks and racists and all of that. And the hero is this wealthy white lawyer with a heart of gold who just steps in and tries to hold back all those poor white rednecks from their racism. That's not what happened in the 1930s. It takes place in the 1930s before the Second World War in the South. At that time, the Communist Party was going to the South and building labor unions of sharecroppers and textile workers of black and white. And Gus Hall and William Z. Foster and those folks were going around the South, and they were saying that racism and Jim Crow hurt all working people, and that they needed to build a fighting labor movement for the rights of all working people, and that Jim Crow hurt all workers, and that putting the needs of the black people at the front of the class struggle was a way to liberate all workers. And it was the white rednecks who were joining the same labor unions as the African Americans and teaming up together that shut down the state of South Carolina in 1934 and caused the National Guard to be sent in. You read the history of what went on in Alabama. Go read Hammer and Hoe by Robin D.G. Kelly. And it was the white poor people and the black poor people standing together and understanding that racism hurt all workers, and that putting the needs of black people at the front would lead to the liberation of all workers, that made the wealthy white lawyers and made the businessmen and the bankers panic, and made them panic and push racism and Ku Klux Klanism like you wouldn't believe, and also is part of what motivated Roosevelt to pass his popular reforms to try and calm the class struggle. So that's just, that book, To Kill a Mockingbird, it's not really about the 1930s. Every work of art reflects the period in which it was created, not the period in which it takes place. That reflects the mindset of the civil rights movement. And what was happening during the civil rights movement was that all over the world, in Africa and in Asia and in Latin America, the colonized people were breaking free. And they were breaking free, and the Soviet Union and China were the leaders of that global national liberation struggle. And to humiliate the United States and to expose the propaganda of the United States, they showed the picture of Emmett Till's mutilated body. They showed Jim Crow segregation, and they said the United States are a bunch of hypocrites. They say they believe in freedom. Look what they do to the black people. And in response to that, the richest capitalists in the northern wing of the Democratic Party, like the Kennedy family and others, said, okay, we need to fix this Jim Crow problem so we can have better optics. And that's what To Kill a Mockingbird is really about. It was the rich capitalists of the North saying, all right, we're going to go down south. Can you guys cut this out? We're trying to make them think we're the free country against the commies. That's what was really going on there. And that's what To Kill a Mockingbird is really about, okay? And this notion that the rich are the enlightened ones with the good values, and the poor people are all a bunch of, racist white trash who are all in the Klan, and the black people couldn't possibly fight for their own rights. Well, the only reason there was a civil rights movement was because before that, there was a black nationalist movement. There was Malcolm X. There was the Nation of Islam. And black nationalism and revolutionary politics was getting strong. That also motivated the northern wing of the Democratic Party to start working with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and others. So this notion that black people can't fight for their own rights, that's false. This notion that poor white people are these racist rednecks that need the rich people to control them, that's false. The whole narrative we have around this is all false. And this feeds into the mindset. A lot of American communists the way they see this is that, they feel they don't fit in with this country, which I've felt that way my whole life. And many people feel alienated, especially now with the economy in crisis. A lot of young folks don't have a decent job, and there's a lot of social alienation and confusion, and they don't feel like they fit in. So they adopt Marxism so they can say, I'm the good American. All the Americans around me, you're evil. You're supporting the empire. You're Euro settlers. But I discovered the truth of communism on the internet, so I can sit on the internet and type away and call people racist and sexist all day and feel good about myself. Well, that's not real politics. That is not real politics. And that's what like third worldism is really about, right? Third worldism is a way and look, labor aristocracy is a real thing, right? I mean, there has been sections of the US working class that have benefited from imperialism and been bought off by it. That's a reality. But the reality of the period we're currently living in is the breakdown of the labor aristocracy. Those good paying jobs are gone. That white picket fence home that was the staple of the American dream of the 1950s has been foreclosed. It's boarded up. I mean, so to be screaming about labor aristocracy right now, I mean, yes, in the 50s and 60s and 70s, that was a real barrier to popular organizing. Now, average Americans are ready to fight. Average Americans are against the wars. Average Americans think the government is working for someone else and not them. Average Americans are fed up. They want jobs. They want healthcare and education. Average Americans are ready to fight back. Now is not the time to say they're not ready to hear it. And if you think it's impossible, if you are in the mindset that it's impossible, we can never win over average Americans, so why even try? Stop, right? I don't take dating advice from incels. Okay, I don't take barbecuing advice from vegans. And if you think it's impossible, we can never win the American people to socialism, there is no hope. Shut up. Shut up. Go learn to play golf. Maybe go join the alt-right. I don't know what you should do, but you shouldn't be a communist then, because communism is about winning. I mean, we actually want to see imperialism be dismantled. We feel we have an obligation here in the center of the empire to build an anti-imperialist working class movement. And if you don't think that's possible, I don't know what you're doing, and I don't know why you're trying to tell me how I should do something that you don't think is possible. If you don't think what I'm trying to do is possible and win Americans to anti-imperialism and socialism, then don't tell me how to do it, because you don't think it's possible.
Yeah, just one really final thing. I don't mean to, it's not going to be long, but I just want to say, yeah, I think a lot of this really, I don't mean to keep going back to morality, but it's almost like people just have this crazy cynicism about like, oh, how could something be both morally correct and human and at the same time benefit the people? Like, how could it be that slavery, is it just a coincidence? You're saying it's a coincidence that slavery just so happened to harm white people? Because they're in this state of frenzied liberal moralism where they want to feel like they're in the state of a pure will, divorced from material reality. Material reality is completely evil, and the only thing that is within the sphere of good is your voluntary will, right? But that's not a materialist perspective. A materialist perspective reconciles the will with material reality, which means, yes, what is ultimately good is what is good for the people. What is ultimately bad is what is bad for the people. This is Marx's Humanism 101. And Marx only thought the proletariat was significant because for him, the proletariat was the section of the people in Germany and elsewhere and in England that he thought represented the future and represented the fate of all the majority of the people in the class. He called them the ingenious soil of the people, right? So this idea that, oh, you're just a coincidence that, how can you say that imperialism and racism harms the American people? Wouldn't it be more convenient if they actually benefit from it and that I'm the only moral person because I'm the one who's in the know? Well, no, that's a completely idealist and false understanding of morality. And second, I just want to leave this on this. I'm not going to go into it, but I also think we should also reevaluate here the significance of the Popular Front in relation to this question of patriotism, because I think that's where communist parties worldwide started to really understand its significance. So that's it.
Yeah. One thing I've seen brought up by a lot of like leftists and not just like MLs, but leftists more broadly that supports the idea of being like a patriotic revolutionary is that the most patriotic stance on any given issue is to be on the left. It's not patriotic to want to send your brother, your son, your daughter, whoever into imperialist endless wars. It's not patriotic to want to ruin and destroy this country for the benefit of the top 1/10 of 1%. It's not patriotic to, allow 68,000 people to die every year because we don't have basic health insurance guaranteed as a human right. So I want to read this. This was actually a tweet that was put out by DC Metro CPUSA in response to everything that was being debated on Twitter. They said, a word from an elder comrade. Fidel Castro once told a group of black nationalists and white students during the years of the Black Power movement and Vietnam War, who did not want to associate with the USA flag while other groups from other countries sat next to theirs. That the US flag is... Did I skip one here? No. That the U.S. flag is their flag. He then said that they cannot allow the U.S. ruling class to own the flag. The working class of the U.S. must fight for the flag, and once socialism is established, it is up to the workers to decide what they want to do with the flag in the United States as it exists. They go on here and talk more about, like, patriotism isn't the same as nationalism, but you get the gist there of what they were talking about. I'm curious your thoughts, like, and I think Haas, I think I've seen you talk about this, but do you feel as though, a communist must be a patriot essentially must be like a communist because of the values that those two, those two like points of view hold?
Yes, absolutely. I could ramble endlessly about why this, like, especially is true for Marxists, but I'm not going to, obviously. But like, you have to understand something. For Marx arrives at his humanism and the proletariat in a very beautiful way. Marx was a Hegelian, and Hegel, created this kind of this system, this philosophical system in which he encompasses all of being through the mind. The mind, thinking and being really truly become one in Hegel's case. So Hegel is just dealing with what is purely within our ability from the perspective of thought, individual thought. And from that, he reconciles all of reality from the individual standpoint. For Marx to turn around and then say that here in the ingenious soil of the people, like the lowest denominator, the most kind of abandoned, accursed, landless and kind of deprived section of humanity, that this actually represents the point of true dialectical reconciliation. Marx was saying that Marx's humanist gesture means that the highest insights of thought, individual thought and morality and so on, were ultimately united with the reality of humanity, which means that communism is ultimately about the people. That is what it's about. It's not for an imagined people. It's not for a good people we think of in our head that doesn't exist in reality. It's not for a different specimen. It's for humanity, and specifically, it's for the people. The only context and meaning given to a communist is to serve the people. And the people obviously subsist within the context of a country, right? A people, if they're a people and not an imagined and abstract one, have a country. America is a country with a people, right? China's a country with a people. Russia's a country with a people. There is no meaning to communism, especially from the Marxist perspective, without being with, serving, and serving the people, what the people are. So patriotism has always just been a given for communists. Now, there's confusion because the Communist Manifesto famously says the working man has no country. But you have to understand why they were saying that, because they had predicted within the Communist Manifesto that all distinctions in terms of borders and countries were being dissolved by capitalism, right? So, and they also predicted a lot of other things were being dissolved. Classes were being dissolved, and families were being dissolved, religion was being dissolved. They also predicted that, for the same reason, that the revolution was going to emerge in the advanced countries. Well, after the revolutions of 48, and the experience of history, Marx and Engels, they changed their understanding of what they were saying in the manifesto. Reality had proven them wrong. That the most advanced sections of the proletariat were not in England by the end of Marx and Engels' life. They were in Germany, right, which was the most backward country in Europe when they wrote the Communist Manifesto. And then Marx and Engels were anticipating that the revolution was going to start in Russia, right? Which was the most backward of countries there. So, in essence, they were proven wrong about all national distinctions or distinctions between countries and borders and states being dissolved. For the same reason that they turned out to be wrong about a great deal many other things. But Marxism doesn't mean you elevate every word written in the Communist Manifesto to the status of a dogma. I mean, yes, in terms of what they were trying to say, they were right? They were right because the meaning of what they were saying was no country is eternal, no nation is eternal, and they are all subject to an eternal process of kind of transformation and so on. And that's kind of the wisdom of what they were trying to say. But the sad thing is that it's not like I'm just for the first time pointing this out. I mean, Marx and Engels themselves basically pointed this out. Marx said in the Critique of the Gotha program that the proletariat must take national form. It's national in form, class struggle in content. Lenin continued this, Stalin continued this, Mao continued this. So the history is already there, and the reasoning for it is already there. So yes, in short, communists must be patriots. If you're not a patriot, you're not a communist. Simple as that.
Well, I would like to say one thing because, viewing this from a tactical point of view, okay? During the Vietnam War era, the United States in the 50s and 60s up into the mid 70s had a very booming economy. And there was a very big industrial working class in the United States. And that industrial working class saw their living standards dramatically increase after the Second World War. They were in depression conditions before the Second World War. The 1950s, things got way better. And because of that, a lot of workers' loyalty to empire was bought. And so the communists in the United States, from the Communist Party, from the Socialist Workers' Party, from the Workers' World Party, they had to make a tactical decision. How do we oppose this genocidal war in Vietnam? And at first, they tried to oppose that war on the basis of, proletarian class struggle, don't fight a boss's war, etc. But it didn't work. But they realized, though, that a lot of the people fighting in the Vietnam War, they were people who had grown up in this very comfortable middle class, right? And that going into the army and fighting a war is not the most comfortable thing. And it's not a lot of fun. And especially if you had more of a cushy middle class upbringing, it cannot be particularly good. And, military discipline is very harsh and such. So the anti-Vietnam War movement over the course of the Vietnam War learned to make kind of a middle class pacifist appeal. That was the way to win Americans to oppose the Vietnam War in that time. Okay. And they were right to do that. Trying to oppose it on a class basis when workers had a high standard of living, booming economy wasn't going to work. That was the right thing to do in those situations. But you don't want to be a general fighting the last war, right? The Vietnam War ended a really long time ago. After the Vietnam War, there was something in the United States called the New Communist Movement. And that was the Revolutionary Communist Party and the Communist Workers' Party and the October League and other groups. And they went and got jobs in factories throughout the entire 1970s and tried to win their coworkers to communism, sold the newspapers in the plant. And a lot of their coworkers, again, there was still a very strong industrial middle class in the United States. A lot of their coworkers didn't want to hear it and said, go screw yourself, go back to Russia, you commie or whatever, because there was still a very strong industrial middle class. And then as you get to the end of the 1970s, you had the first major economic downturn. And so a lot of the communists thought, oh, wow, now they're going to listen to us. Now there's an economic downturn. Well, no, things had been getting better and better and better until suddenly they got worse. So, of course, the reaction of most of the working class was to get more conservative and to go, for the Ronald Reagan. You had the Reagan reaction. But after the Reagan reaction, you had a lot of those communists who had gotten their jobs in factories. They just retreated. They said, you know what? It can never be done, right? We tried it for 10 years. Throughout the course of the Vietnam War protest movement, we learned to make a middle class appeal. It can never be done. Average Americans can just never be won to socialism. Well, 1978, 1980, 1981, that was a really long time ago. And conditions have drastically changed since that time. And Lenin very famously said that if the situation changes in 24 hours, the tactics must also change in 24 hours. and that the left in the United States has gotten used to operating in a period where there was enough of a booming economy, enough of a solid labor aristocracy. We assume that we're going to be this bohemian fringe, that the only people that are going to listen to us are college kids and hippies. There might be an alliance with the Black liberation struggle and the Black national movement, but for the most part, we're going to be a fringe element. So that is not the way to win. We're in a different period now. Capitalism is in crisis. The United States is falling apart. Interest in socialism is very widespread across the country. We could actually win now. But in order to win, we're going to have to update our tactics, right? The new left, the Vietnam War, the new communist movement of the 70s, that's all a long time ago. And we're now faced with a country full of people that are hungry, full of people that have seen their relatives locked in jail or died from opioids, full of people who have seen their relatives shot in Afghanistan or shot in Iraq or in Syria, and they're tired of it. And we need to find out how to make a populist appeal that we will fight for you. And again, that's not we're going to fight for you and make the country worse and tear things apart and light things on fire and beat people up. And no, we're going to fight for you by making a better country. And that we need to communicate to them that while we may not agree with how the United States was founded, we may not agree with all the awful things in the history of the United States, we want to make their lives better. We love them. And I will also add this. I've made this analogy before, but in legal terms, they talk about fruit of a poison tree, right? And that's the idea that, if a cop comes into your house and searches without a warrant, what he finds is not admissible because the way he acquired that evidence was impure. And so the result is impure. It is the fruit of a poison tree. And I've said many times that the United States, as it currently exists, is the fruit of a poison tree. It is tainted by the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow and the Vietnam War and the Korean War and this extermination of Native Americans and the exploitation of the Chicano people and the theft of Mexico, of Texas and California from Mexico. The United States is definitely poisoned by all of that. And in the 1950s and 60s, despite that booming economy, all of those cars, all of those hula hoops and TV sets and refrigerators were dripping with blood. And that was the blood of the people around the world that were being exploited, the blood of the Black people who were suffering under Jim Crow, the blood of the Chicano people, the blood of the indigenous people. And that in a lot of ways, the collapse of the United States that we're watching, the gradual deterioration in the country, is very much the chickens coming home to roost. And we can recognize this. None of this is incompatible with being a patriotic socialist. None of what I'm saying is contrary to being a patriotic socialist. Because one of the most key things that all progressive forces have done is they've recognized that what we are appealing to people to do is to change. We are telling people to change, right? We are telling people that the way we used to function as a society, the way the world works, doesn't work anymore. That we are telling people that we have to change and turn things around. And that's what communists have always done. Wherever they go and they tell people that used to think one way and used to act one way to act a different way. And now more than ever is the time to go to the American people and to say, the ideology we've been spoon-fed about individualism and capitalism, not going to work. That, national chauvinism and jingoism, not going to work. That support for these wars, not going to work. That belief that profits should come before people and free markets, not going to work. What are we doing if we are not going to people who disagree with us and getting them to change our minds? What are we doing at that point?
And
go ahead, Oz. Yeah.
Just really quick, what you said also is, I also think that, and this is one of just maybe my view, is that I think the Communist Party seriously underappreciated and did not really learn the real significance of the Popular Front, even in the post-war period. I think Mao actually gave new significance to the meaning of Popular Front in a way that the Soviet-aligned parties did not at the outset really accept. And I think when we look at it from the perspective of populism, the conservative instincts of American working class and working people, I don't think are in any way incompatible with a general kind of revolutionary or anti-establishment rejection of the Vietnam War. I think perhaps, maybe, I don't know, genuinely, I don't know, is that maybe communists, because the theory of the class struggle, remember, is institutionalized theory, right? It's a specific kind of Marxist theory that only the initiated understand. Trying to impose it on reality is not going to work, right? In that period or in this period, right? But if they had a kind of more Maoist understanding of the significance of the Popular Front and interpreting the Popular Front from the perspective of populism, maybe it could have been possible that the communists could have led the Nixon Reagan rule a kind of uprising against the Democrats. Because ultimately, let's remember who started the Vietnam War. Um, if I remember correctly, it was under a Democratic administration, right? And the Democrats at this time, it's very interesting, were starting to change their strategy from the working class Americans to appealing to marginal groups in an alliance with the professional managerials. So I think communists did have an opportunity, perhaps, at this time. Maybe they couldn't for historical reasons, but retrospectively, I think from a Maoist perspective, it could have been those Reagan Democrats who could have been the base for a communist anti-war populism. I don't know.
A lot of what the fake left puts out these days is just anti-working class bigotry. I mean, Vosh is a disgusting creature, a rich kid from Beverly Hills who thinks average working class people, when they get together and start organizing for their rights, are scary and authoritarian, and it triggers him. And oh my God. And that's what all of this equating of communism and fascism is really about, right? This is Hannah Arendt. This is the Congress for Cultural Freedom. This is Susan Sontag. What they really believe, it actually comes from Leo Strauss, the neocon philosopher, which is basically that there are these great people, the intellectuals, the philosopher kings, who are meant to rule over all of us. And everything must be done to protect these people's sacred right to rule over the rest of us. And whenever, the rabble start getting together and demanding their rights and mobilizing and building mass movements and wearing uniforms and waving flags and making demands, whenever that happens, it must be crushed immediately, because that's Nazi Germany, that's communism, that's the labor movement. And they, in their minds, all populism is the same. Fascist, right-wing populism, left-wing economic populism is all the same, because it threatens their ability to rule over the rest of us. And that's what they really think when it really gets down to it. This is neocon philosophy. And on the right, it manifests itself with free market economics and hawkish foreign policy. On the left, it manifests itself in kind of social liberalism and the belief that average people are dangerous rednecks who need to be controlled. But at the end of the day, anti-populism is the essence of neocon philosophy. And that's what the synthetic left believes. It's essentially just politicized anti-populism. They are afraid of the masses of people. Bosch is a great example of that. I mean, he really just hates working class people. I mean, after January 6th, he tweeted out something to the effect of, these people can't coexist with a democratic society. Either they get disappeared or we all do. Right. So in the name of protecting his sacred freedom to live in Beverly Hills and read about anarcho-communism, he wants working class people who might support Trump to get dragged away in the middle of the night and taken to Guantanamo Bay, disappeared. We all know what that means. That's what Vosh wants. But he's lecturing us about freedom. And this is the irony, I guess you could say, of liberalism, is that liberalism is never afraid to utilize illiberal institutions to defend itself. You couldn't have an open liberal society without an entity like the U.S. Army. And do you think the U.S. Army is a free-thinking institution that drill sergeant, everyone must think for themselves. Sir, yes, sir. What is the meaning of truth? We don't know, sir, yes, sir. I mean, this is ridiculous. The liberalism is the class privilege of a privileged few, right? And it depends on very illiberal, authoritarian institutions to prop it up, okay? And they have contempt for these authoritarian, illiberal institutions. The military that goes out, that Vosh wants to keep in Afghanistan, that military is people from red states, okay? Largely, it's people from red states. It's those people he hates. He wants to send them to Afghanistan to go fight for the women, okay? This is the irony of the whole thing, is that this is very much a class divide. The synthetic left is the middle class, reviling in contempt for the broad masses of workers who are going to mobilize and are going to fight for their rights. And I would like to see them fight for their rights on the basis of a progressive, anti-racist, anti-imperialist program. And if that's not the case, their alienation could express itself in a vulgar right-wing way. And I would like to see that not happen. So, I think we're on the right path here, but I'm sure, Bosch would disagree.
Yeah. Speaking of people like Vosh, I see a lot of the arguments from the other side of the spectrum on this debate coming from the same type of people that promote like very heavily like woke cancel culture ideology. Um, Curious your thoughts on because okay, also like as we discussed earlier, being a patriotic Marxist Leninist, patriotic communist, that was the norm historically wherever you saw these popular movements take place. So I'm curious your thoughts on where the American left decided to reject that notion that that should be the norm, and how it's kind of shifted into what it is today. This like now it's like a woke cancel culture, and like no, this you're gonna get canceled if you say you're a patriot. But where did it begin in American culture? Because it wasn't always like this.
So Caleb has like a very in-depth background of knowledge. I have a kind of narrative myself, but if he wants to go first, then that'd be fine.
Sure. Well, I mean, when you talk about, I mean, I guess to give expression to what you were talking about, I tweeted out, it used to be, or I tweeted out that leftists are mad about wars, poverty, inequality, etc. And it seems that synthetic leftists are not mad about wars, poverty, and inequality. They're mad that working class people are mad about wars, poverty, and inequality in a politically incorrect way. And that, largely, if you look at, I remember, way back when I was like 19 years old, I went to the U.S. Social Forum, which was this left-wing gathering they had in Atlanta, Georgia. They had two of them. They had another one a couple years later in Detroit. And I had been reading communist stuff. I'm from a small town in Ohio. I went to the U.S. Social Forum, and all the different communist, Maoist, Trotskyist, anarchist groups are there. But there were a lot of young folks there at this U.S. Social Forum who had piercings, body piercings, and they worked at Planned Parenthood or the ACLU or Students Against Sweatshops or some kind of NGO. And they had piercings, and they were talking this ideology that didn't sound like anything I'd ever read in communist theory. And it was about white skin privilege, and it was about gender oppression, and it was about intersectionality, and they were talking this totally different language. And they were making quite a bit of money at their NGO liberal jobs, and they had their nose piercings, and it's weird. A lot of them had gone to Ivy League schools, Harvard and Yale and Stanford and places like that. And I remember even back then thinking, who are these people? Why is this isn't the same thing as communism? This isn't what I've read in William Z. Foster. This isn't what I've read in Mao's Little Red Book. This is something different. And what that ideology is, that the NGO-cialists, I like to call them, or the synthetic left, really, what they espouse, this stuff started at the elite Ivy League schools, and it was really training for the business class, right? And it's basically that if you own a big corporation in the United States and you go to do business in Africa and you act like a racist asshole, and you speak to people in a condescending way, and you don't acknowledge their culture and their history, you're not going to do a very good job, and you're going to hurt the image of the United States around the world. And this was about getting the business community here in the United States and getting people from these upper middle class backgrounds to go to the developing world and interact with them in a more kind of polite way. And these NGOs were built by the CIA and all of that. And it was about trying to kind of revamp and reinvent the image of the United States. And the height of that was the election of Barack Hussein Obama as president of the United States, right? We had a president of the United States who was not white and had a Muslim middle name and had gone to a Muslim school. How do you think the Arab Spring would have gone if George W. Bush had been in office during it? Things would be very differently. But it's only because Barack Obama was president of the United States that the USA was able to co-opt the Arab Spring and turn it into the destruction of Libya, the most prosperous country on the African continent, turn it into a civil war in Syria. The USA was able to hijack the Arab Spring because they worked really hard on tweaking the optics of imperialism. And that's what intersectionality is, and that's what white skin privilege is. This is all just tweaking the optics of imperialism. It is sensitivity training for the lieutenants of empire. It's go to the developing world and don't act like an asshole, and hire people of different races, and hire people of different genders, and make sure you're representative, and learn. That's all this is. It's not Marxism, it's not socialism, it's not communism. I think that needs to be said. Now, as far as the thing about the Popular Front, I can't resist going down this rabbit hole, because every time I bring this up, some wise guy who thinks he knows everything, he's like really well read about Marxism, says, you want to be a patriotic socialism. Well, that's called Browderism. What you're doing, you're reviving Earl Browder. I've read a book. See, I know all about this. No, you haven't read a book. Go read William Z. Foster's History of the Communist Party of the United States. Go read The Struggle Against Revisionism. Go read the pamphlets from the anti-Browder campaign. Earl Browder's deviation was not that he was advocating American patriotism. The whole American Communist Party did that for the whole time, from the time it was founded up until that time. Earl Browder's deviation was that he opposed strikes. He wanted to prolong the wartime strike pledge of World War II. He didn't want to end it. He wanted it to keep going. That he said that U.S. imperialism was progressive in Latin America. He supported American imperialism against Juan Perón and other nationalist leaders in Latin America. He opposed the independence of Puerto Rico. He said that Black people did not constitute a nation. Earl Browder's deviation and his dissolving of the Communist Party and changing it to the Communist Political Association was far, far more wide-reaching than just patriotism. Yes, Earl Browder was into the American patriotism thing, and that was part of the way the Popular Front was implemented in the United States. But any other communist leader would have done the same thing, and the French communists did that. And the Spanish communists did that during the Spanish Civil War, and the British communists did that. And that to say that is Browderism is just juvenile, and it's just a complete. It's very, very naive. And that in many cases you have the Maoist movement. They're trying to explain away how the Communist Party, when it was good, was doing things that they say are the opposite of what they do, and so they've just made Earl Browder the fall guy for the policies that were widely practiced and implemented. And I will add that, one writer I really admire and respect is Nelson Peary, an African-American communist. And Nelson Peary advocates proletarian patriotism. You read his writings, he advocates appealing to people on a patriotic basis. African-American communist, Maoist, kicked out of the Communist Party during the 1950s, went on to form the Communist Labor Party. He very much is an advocate of proletarian patriotism. And despite the fact that he's an advocate of self-determination for the Black Belt, he didn't see a contradiction there. And it's quite interesting because, who else was an advocate of this kind of stuff was the Black Panthers, right? Listen to the Black Panthers talk. The Black Panthers aligned themselves not only with Puerto Rican organizations and Chicano organizations, they aligned themselves with a white organization called the Young Patriots. And the Young Patriots, I might add, they did something that I would never do. I think it was a big mistake. They actually had the Confederate flag as their symbol. Now, I am opposed to the Confederate flag. I think it's an offensive symbol. But they aligned with a group of young white people, working class white people from Chicago and Appalachia, who were organized, fighting imperialism, aligned with the Black Panthers, and called themselves the Young Patriots. Now, could you imagine if we started a communist group now called the Young Patriots? I mean, we would be destroyed. People would kill us. But the Black Panthers had no problem aligning with them because the Black Panthers understood that this was going to be on the basis of a class struggle, right? And that is what is completely missing. Class struggle politics, populism. We are fighting for the broad majority of American people against a billionaire monopolist elite that has destroyed this country economically, that sends our children off to die in wars, that is looting the place, that is driving us into poverty. The destiny of the American people is in solidarity with the people of the world against the big corporations and banks. And that needs to be our message. It is our job as communists in the center of the empire to convince the American people that it is in their interests to stand against imperialism. If we're not doing that, we are not doing our jobs.
And also I wanted to add regarding the origins of this current left. It's I think something happened specifically in the post-war period in the United States, or maybe even earlier than then, which has a lot to do. It's a confusion of Marxist theory, where the material class struggle was confused and kind of conflated with something that really belonged to the sphere of information and media theory proper. So you have this distinction between the material objectivity of the class struggle and the manner by which the knowledge of the class struggle is disseminated, right? The consciousness of the class struggle, right? These are two crucial distinctions that I think may have been taken for granted. at a certain point, the United States became more of a kind of economy of signals and information and mass media. Um, and there was an increased level of what they call in Marxism socialization, which basically means you had this kind of economization of spheres of life that previously weren't, like communities and cities and things like that. And this gave rise to the emergence of a specific class of, how should I put it? An institutionalized class of the American, which was an arm of the American, let's say, deep state, whatever the deep state was at that time. And these institutions also fostered a specific and unique view of their relationship to the American people, which was one of social engineering. So the kind of post-New Deal and New Deal social engineers and kind of technocrats increasingly adopted a perspective of what is rationally contrived within an institutional setting versus the actual material reality of the people. This was like their primary contradiction they were trying to overcome. And also not just rationally contrived, but like what is the site of the free use of moral and intellectual and philosophical whatever thought. Now, when the Vietnam War came, I think this was a crucial period. The progressive forces struggled with developing and cultivating a basis for the opposition toward the war that was beyond mere individual morality. We could clearly see this was an immoral war. I mean, that's very much clear to everyone. I'm not denying that. But morality is not enough to convince the masses, to win the masses, right? Unless we're speaking about the middle classes, who have the kind of free time to be moral, contemplate and care about these kind of acculturated moral issues. So increasingly, I'm skipping a lot of stuff, but increasingly, leftism had to become associated with middle class moralism and hyper reflexivity, which basically means
Based.
it was no longer something forged in the kind of material senses of the American people, their kind of intuitions and so on. It was forged from the perspective of reflexive institutions. This inevitably corresponded with the fact that leftists increasingly had to align themselves with Democrats because all expressions of reactionary tendencies were obviously coming from the rural America and the working class with their conservative instincts. Leftists didn't recognize that if communists do not lead the rural working class, reactionary elements will be the spontaneous form of socialism, right? Marx and Engels talk about reactionary socialism, feudal socialism, and this is what we were starting to see with the reactionary populism in the post-war period. I would even argue to an extent maybe this was some of the basis of McCarthyism and the John Birch Society and all this kind of stuff, right? So I think there was a kind of confusion of the meaning of the Popular Front, where communists believed the Popular Front means you stand behind the institutions that represent the people, and you don't create an alternative organ for representing the people. Like that we have to rally behind the Democrats because they represent the popular elements. Well, actually, no, they don't represent the popular elements of America. At least by the time of the counterculture, they stopped doing that. They're on their way to stop doing that. They represented a representation of the popular interests of America, which is a very crucial distinction. But at a certain point, the American left and communists as a whole, faced with the inability to transmute the consciousness of the class struggle and the precepts of communism and Marxism, the only way they could kind of spread this ideology was within an institutional setting where people take thoughts and theories as the premise of their daily lives. Like, who is going to take as the premise of their daily lives ideologies, right? It's going to be people who exist within institutional settings, who make their daily bread, being paid to spread ideas and write and read and research and things like that. And also to be part of, Scala pointed out, NGOs, social engineers, activist groups, and these kind of interests, corporate and business culture interests. So there was this inability to understand that the consciousness of the class struggle is not the same thing as the actual essential site of the class struggle. Like, it's one thing to know what class struggle is, it's another thing to recognize where it actually is happening in reality. And in my view, Marxists and Marxist-Leninists within America, even Marxist-Leninists, I mean, this is especially true for the more extreme ones like Maoists, those type of people. They completely lost the ability to make this distinction. So when they would go to the workers, for example, or working class people with their special ideology and ideas, and workers just flat out reject this, they would go, "Oh, this is proof that these are a reactionary class. They're not accepting my special theory and ideology." But your special theory and ideology has no content. You're not making a concrete analysis of a concrete situation. When you're speaking to people about Marxism and the class struggle, that they're just going to see you as an academic and an intellectual who's coming from the universities trying to socially engineer their lives. But if you expound the insights of Marxism into a concrete analysis, and specifically from the perspective of media and information theory, a concrete understanding of what the real content of America's working class interests are, you will be able to scientifically arrive at a message that does resonate with America's working people and which does allow communists to really lead as a popular force and not a force confined to institutions or the marginal fringe, right, of people with piercings and this crazy kind of stuff. So, to me, I think we require a comprehensive reevaluation of the post-war period specifically, because I think, especially around the Sino-Soviet conflict, a really big air of confusion and uncertainty was thrusted upon communists within the West and within America that I don't think has been resolved as of yet. So we must have a comprehensive reevaluation. And that's why I also say, speaking in regards to existing parties like the Communist Party, they should reevaluate the significance of the Popular Front, right? Maybe the Popular Front was the correct strategy, right, in the 30s and so on. But what does it mean to be faithful to that strategy of the Popular Front? Does it mean trailing behind the Democrats, or might it mean forming alliances with new third-party initiatives like the People's Party and things like that? So I think that is really the crucial question when it comes to what are the origins of this kind of synthetic, fake left, which is really a bourgeois, a force of bourgeois consciousness and culture. And how can communists overcome the mistake of having fallen into the trap of aligning themselves with it in the first place?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Caleb, do you have time for one more question? I don't want to keep you too long.
Sure.
I know Haas will probably be streaming all night, but I this is actually a question for the both of you, from a super chatter, Chaya, who asked, I don't know if you've read the book. I know you're familiar with their ideas, but they said, what's the biggest thing Jay Sakai gets wrong in his Settlers book?
Well, for me, I would say that he takes a problem in U.S. society that is very real, and he makes it something that therefore leads to the conclusion that it is never possible that we could have socialism, right? He takes some very, very, very true things, and there is some misrepresentation in the book. He misquotes William Z. Foster intentionally, distorts what William Z. Foster is saying at one point to make William Z. Foster look deeply insensitive and racist, when if you read the context of the paragraph, he was clearly not saying what he says. And it's a book that is problematic in many ways. But the main thing is it points to true things. There is racism among the white working class of the United States. There is a history of settler colonialism, and what you can call settler populism with Andrew Jackson and other things is very problematic. However, the world is constantly changing. A does not equal A. Tomorrow is not the same as today, and the world is constantly in flux. And for him to take that, the arguments that he makes there basically lead to the conclusion that it's hopeless, that you can't do anything, that there is no hope. And I must say, who is Jay Sakai? Nobody knows. He's just this, there's some interviews on the internet. There's some articles that have been posted around. Very mysterious. That book is from the 1980s. It's been floating around. There was this weird, like very secretive communist group for a while called MIM, or the Maoist Internationalist Movement, that was like, circulating that book among prisoners throughout the 90s and such. And that book is a very strange book. It kind of appeared out of nowhere. The author, is he still alive? Is he still writing stuff? There's a couple articles. There's some like interviews where you can hear his voice. That's it. No one knows who he is. No one knows where he came from. That book is everywhere. And anarchists, mind you, the same kind of people who think that anyone who admires Mao is the same as a neo-Nazi, anyone who admires Stalin is a neo-Nazi, are printing this book by this so-called Maoist and circulating it around because it's just so important that we get people to understand that there's no hope for revolution in the United States because all the white people are inherently evil Euro settlers. Very mysterious, right? And look, let's be real, okay? I don't want to be paranoid, and I'm not leveling any allegations. I just want to say that if I was the US government, I would want every communist in the United States to get sutlers shoved down their throat. It's the best thing you could give to a communist in the United States. You want to convince people that there's no hope, don't go out and organize, don't build a revolutionary movement. That's the book to read. It is the most demoralizing, it is the most effective piece of propaganda. And the fact that no one really knows who the author is, the fact that people who hate communists, people who advocate violence against communists, the Antifa anarchist crowd, are distributing that book, even though they hate, in theory, they hate the people who wrote it. The fact that that book is everywhere. You can't go to any communist space, communism, Reddit, everywhere this book is. And it leads you to the conclusion that there's no hope. You shouldn't do anything. Very mysterious. Very, very mysterious, right? And that, the US government goes all over the world carrying out all kinds of psychological operations and disinformation campaigns to try and prevent communist revolutions. Do you think that they wouldn't take big efforts to try and control the left in the United States? And again, I saw that book floating around among prisoners when I was doing prison activism in Ohio. And it was very weird, and people didn't know where it came from. And the group MIM, the Maoist Internationalist Movement, that was distributing it, it was founded by a guy named Henry Park, who mysteriously died, and he had some kind of psychological breakdown, and no one ever saw him either. You would just see his newspaper left around places. Very shady history there with that book. Very shady history. I don't know what's happened. Maybe the documents will be released 50 years from now. I'm very, very, very suspicious of that book. I must say I am highly suspicious of it. And when someone showed me, I admire William Z. Foster. He was probably the greatest communist in American history. And when someone showed me how intentionally they lied to make it look like he was being blatantly racist, when if you read the full paragraph, he was saying pretty much the exact opposite of what they quoted him as saying. At that point, I was just shocked. That's the work. It struck me as this is not coming from a good place. This isn't a communist who's just frustrated with the white working class and has come to some negative conclusions. There's a sinister agenda here at work. There's people being manipulated. I have very negative feelings about that book and the role that it's played. And I must add, my final thought, I'm a little long-winded tonight, but have you ever noticed that it seems like all the third worldists, for the most part, are white? It's the weirdest thing. I've met so many communists of color that are African-American or Latino or whatever, and they seem to have no problem having white workers and black workers stand arm in arm. And they, but it's this white, and it tends to be white people from like upper middle class backgrounds who are the ones that are most attracted to this idea that white people are inherently reactionary and stuff. You would think it would be people of color that would come to this conclusion based on the racism they've experienced, but it's actually a very middle class thing. And before it was put into words with settlers and stuff like that, the Weathermen, the Weather Underground, this was their excuse for doing their bombing campaign, their ultra-left adventurous bombing campaigns. They said, the white people are all pigs, they're all bought off, they're not hip and revolutionary, and, the white youth must choose sides now, and all of this. Look at who the Weathermen were, right? Look at who the Weathermen were, right? Bill Ayers, Bill Ayers, who was later he's just a Democrat now, a friend of Barack Obama, but he was this big Weather Underground bombing guy. His family, they are the richest family in Chicago. You want to talk about a family that comes from money. Bernadine Dorn, very, very wealthy. Mark Rudd, very, very wealthy background. These are not working class people who got frustrated with the other workers. This is very much a kind of upper middle class deviation. to add to the mysteriousness of that book in particular. So again, anti-populism is toxic. Get rid of anti-populism. That's the neocons. That's Leo Strauss. That's the Congress for Cultural Freedom, Hannah Arendt, Susan Sontag, Irving Kristol, CIA money. This is not our movement. Communism has been a popular movement, fighting for the people against empire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the way I would put it, the way I'd have to put it is basically, so Jay Sakai, he talks about he's going into the real dirty history of the origins of the American people and settlers and all this thing. Now, leaving that aside for one quick second, it's really interesting how at the same time that Jay Sakai is engaging in this kind of historical reductionism and all this kind of stuff, he treats himself as a free, rational agent, completely talking from the abyss and from the aether. Jay Sakai doesn't believe that ideological and intellectual reflexivity has a material basis. If he did believe that, he would recognize that the ability to be given this insight, this consciousness he's trying to foster, right? That rests on the basis of a specific, not only a specific class, but a specific people. There's only a specific type of people, as a general trend, who are soaking this stuff up. And as Caleb pointed it out, it's majority white leftists. It's white people, white leftists, who see this hyper criticism and hyper reflexivity as a way of avoiding the material premises of, I guess, their own people, which is the working class. If they can estrange themselves from the working class, they can maintain their comfortable class position as purely institutional and purely reflexive classes without ever being forced to confront their real material, the real material basis of their class. Like, it is the sweat and labor of America's working people that feeds academics and professional managerials and institutionalized people. And by cutting themselves off from the popular majority and the broad strata, they are cutting off the possibility of their privileged social position ever being threatened. They always are hypercritical against white people and all this stuff because what they're basically saying is we are the real white people in charge. Like, they have a monopoly on being the preeminent white people in power. Basically, they have this issue with America's working class. Like, you know, during the New Deal, when FDR he brought down farmers from Texas, he brought up farmers from Texas, and he gave them positions in government. Right? People who they want to prevent America's working people, the rural people, from having any of the opportunities, because at the end of the day, this is a very mediocre class of people who are just not talented, not very bright, not very original, not very creative, and nothing would eliminate their class basis more than opening the gatekeeping ramparts and allowing in some real, genuine, and authentic talent and intelligence and creativity to pour in from the popular majority. So this is kind of a very common theme throughout the history of kind of elites trying to, you know, be more morally pure than masses, right? It's a form of gatekeeping, basically. And another thing, too, is that, you know, what Jay Sakai gets especially wrong, his whole entire idea of settlers is wrong, because Lenin already pointed out that there is no pure proletariat. A proletariat is always entwined with a democratic petty bourgeoisie. The proletarianization is when you are stripped of all land and you have nothing to sell but your labor. Historically speaking, this was never a permanent phrase. There's always some kind of return to some kind of stability. When during the war and the crisis in the Russian Empire, the factory proletariat went and returned to cultivate their landed plots that they had in the country, right? There's always this kind of duality of the proletariat on the one hand and this kind of peasantry on the other hand that manages to persist even beyond the agricultural peasantry. We have the case of the middle class, so-called middle class, the post-war baby boomers who had their suburban homes and their white picket fences and cars. And the same is true for the period of the 19th century. You had settlers, right, who had their own plot. Marx also described them in Capital. They were able to subsist on the basis of their own kind of private property, who at the same time were being subject to proletarianization. Now, Sakai dismisses this class as a bunch of immoral settlers stealing indigenous land, but that's not the only thing that defined this specific class. What also defined this specific class was, as Marx was describing, their means of subsistence, right? And which also made them the base of not only the Jacksonian populism, which of course had many problematic, racist, and also so on problems, but also phenomena like the Farmers Alliance and which would become the People's Party, which cemented an alliance between the so-called settlers relevant to Jay Sakai, small white farmers, and also black Republicans who also had their own small farms and wanted to create a movement to build infrastructure and to get off the gold standard and things like that, which would benefit the overwhelming majority of America's people. So Sakai basically commits the error of saying, because they are settlers who in effect often participated in the wholesale theft of indigenous land, that this means that's all they were, and that's what you can reduce the entire genesis of the American people to. When in fact that's a detail and an aspect, but it's not actually what primarily defined the genesis of what we call the American people proper. It's a horrible aspect and a horrible fact of the history, but to reduce it to that is to refuse to engage in a materialist analysis of how this class actually was reproducing itself and constituting itself materially. So that's my criticism of Sakai.
Can I make
Very
one
well said.
last quick point?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. We published at the Center for Political Innovation our textbook. It's called We Are City Builders, the Center for Political Innovation Educational Manual. And we included in it a very important piece called Talk on the Question of Philosophy by Mao Zedong. And it is one of the rare examples of Mao kind of off script, where it's a transcript of Mao speaking to a group of college students about philosophy. And I included it. And the reason I included it is because if you read that speech, Talk on the Question of Philosophy, Mao Zedong, 1964, that's who Mao really was. Mao was a mass organizer. Mao knew how to talk to people. Mao told jokes. Mao told stories. Mao knew how to interact with people. He begins that speech by telling the young people there, he says, go to the countryside. That's where you're going to get your real education, is by being among the people. And that's what communists need to do. If you can go to the people, if you can start pushing revolutionary ideas, if you can start building organizations, you will break out of this internet edgelord culture. And you'll understand why proletarian patriotism is not a bad thing if done in a rational, anti-imperialist, anti-racist way. Learning comes from the masses to the masses. The revolutionaries are the fish and the masses are the water. That's what Mao Zedong said. That's the approach that we need to have. From the masses to the masses, leading while learning, learning while leading. If we can develop that kind of approach, we can develop a mass line that will eventually lead to the overturning of capitalism in the United States by building a mass movement of working people.
Very well said. Thank you both so much for your time. I don't want to hold you any longer. I know we've been talking for a while, but I feel like we hit a lot of really good topics. I feel like we hammered out this, this debate from a side that hasn't been discussed too much online yet. But I feel like it's very well represented. I mean, if you guys saw the breakdown of the tweet that I initially sent out, it was kind of split 50-50, to be honest, which I didn't initially think it was going to be controversial, but it was. And then I was actually kind of surprised at how split things were. So, hopefully, if there were people on that side of the spectrum that were thinking, you can't be a patriot and a Marxist-Leninist and an anti-imperialist all at the same time, maybe now if they've watched this, either in this live stream or if someone else is reacting to this further down the line, you will understand that, yes, it is very possible. And actually, it is the only correct stance to have when you look at the values of what being a patriot really means. So, thank you again. I've included links to both of your channels, Twitters, in the pinned comment on this chat. So if anyone watching wants to go follow, go do so. And I encourage you to do so. Do you have any last words or where people can follow you and find you?
I will just say we need a government of action that will fight for working families. And that will lead us eventually to the development of socialism with American characteristics. The kind of socialism that works in China is called socialism with Chinese characteristics. It is uniquely applied to China's conditions. And when socialism comes to the United States, it will be a socialism with American characteristics. I'm not sure what those American characteristics will be, and that will be developed in the course of building a mass movement and in the course of struggle. But it will be a unique brand of socialism. And if you don't recognize that, you're clueless.
Pause.
I guess I will just leave something that might be a little controversial, but it's just my personal opinion. I really see great value in the Communist Party of the USA. I disagree greatly with the strategy they have taken for a very long time, but this is a party that's over 100 years old. It's tried and tested against every form of ultra left fanaticism and infantilism, and I think it requires a comprehensive reevaluation and internal criticism. Um, I really think that it can be a platform for American communists to congregate around, because it is the Communist Party, in my view. It is the original Communist Party of the USA, and I view it. May perhaps I could be wrong. I'm willing to be proven wrong, but I do see a future in it, as far as like potential is concerned. So I guess I'll just say that. I don't know, but yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for coming on, and I think everyone from what I've seen in the chat really enjoyed this. So hopefully it's not the last time. You're both always, of course, welcome back on, and I look forward to building this with all of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. I'll catch you guys later.
Yep.
Just want to quickly say thank you, Rickard. I missed a lot of your stuff. Thank you, Rick, for the 5. Appreciate you. Thank you, Max. Thank you, Rick, again. Thank you, Thermi. Thank you, X Unbuttered Toast. Appreciate you. Thank you, Solokin. Thank you, Bernista. Appreciate you for the 100 bits. Thank you, Glowpour. Appreciate you too. Thank you, Gore. Sorry if I missed anyone else. But oh shit, the hidden bean. Thank you so much. Appreciate you a ton. Thank you, Atari. So Solus, thank you so much. Appreciate you a ton. Thank you so much. Damn, Patio with the 5. Thank you, man. Appreciate you a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much. Damn. Damn. That was great, guys. That was really good. That was a really good talk. Okay.
N'existe pas sans son contraire, qui lui semble facile à trouver. Le bonheur n'existe que pour plaire, je le veux. Enfin je commence à douter d'en avoir vraiment rêvé. Est-ce une envie? Parfois je me sens obligée. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué. Tout, il faudrait tout oublier. On pourrait croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué.
indigenous Africans? Shut the fuck up. You think the EFF in America is gonna be fucking... Shut the... Dude, dude, Trump is more like Julius Malema than anyone else. Shut the fuck up. You think fucking... You think, like, what do you think? You think the fucking... You think the equivalent of the EFF in America is gonna be like some Zacchaeus? No, they're not, dude. They're gonna be like looking like Trump. They're gonna be populist. The EFF is populist. You understand? Shut up. Fucking cringe lord. Bro, the ultra leftists exist in South Africa. They're called the BLF, Black Land First. What are they called? Black First, Land First. There are a bunch of ultra leftists in South Africa who splintered from the EFF, and they are indistinguishable from American Jay Sakai woke people. Those people exist in South Africa, and the EFF don't like them. Bruh, the message is not about tax the rich, make the rich pay. The message is give the land to the working people. The message is give the working people land. The message is government for, by, and of the people. The message is Fusion City. The message is the government of action. The message is let's unleash the forces of production. And then inequality is a problem, but it is not the primary problem. The primary contradiction is not inequality. That's a cultural issue. It's a cultural issue. I don't care if dudes are out here with yachts and Lamborghinis and Ferraris and mansions. I don't care. What do I care? What do I care if another man has nice things? I don't give a fuck. What I care about is how that gets in the way of the American people's common good. What I care about is fucking golf courses that take up land that could otherwise be used for better things. What I care about is the fact that they are monopolies who are making the little guy have no opportunity to rise to the top. That's my issue. I don't fucking care if people are rich, have a Ferrari, have a Lambo, have a yacht. I don't give a fuck. And invite me to the yacht too, by the way. I don't care. I don't care about that. It's the issue. The issue is monopoly. Now, if as a byproduct you lose all those nice things, then kick rocks, dude. Kick rocks. I like nice things. I want nice things. I mean, I don't know. Maybe not that far, but I like nice things, dude. I like nice jackets. You know, guys, you know my weakness? I like jackets. I'm a jacket guy. You know? I have super expensive jackets, but they're not mine. They're my dad's, and he doesn't wear them anymore. So I just take them. But that's me, dude. I'm a jacket guy. I'm a jacket guy. Dude, I would drop 5K for a jacket. A nice jacket. I would spend, not now, I can't afford it now, but let's say I had a ton of money, I would buy expensive jackets. No joke. I'm a jacket guy. What's my dad like? When I become a 2K Andy, I'm gonna bring my dad on stream. When I'm a 2K Andy, I'll bring my dad on stream. Because he wants to come on stream, but I'm not gonna let him. Until I'm a 2K Andy. But it might be on YouTube because he might say TOS shit. I don't know. Might be TOS shit. I have no idea. So in 2 months, dude, if I'm a 2K Andy in 2 months, You know how fucking great that would be? If I'm a 2K Andy in 2 months, I'm quitting law school. I don't think I'm gonna be 2K Andy in 2 months. Dude, remember, I only have 10K followers. Like, how about I get some followers, you know? I don't have any followers. I only have fucking 10K followers. You know how fucking low that is? Dude, like Dylan Burns, he's at 450 views right now. He has 34K followers. I have a third of his followers, but I have 700 views. You know? What's your dad's political leaning? He doesn't care. He thinks all American politics is corrupt. You know? Which is true. But he's more into like foreign politics. He's more into like foreign Middle Eastern stuff, you know? I really didn't know that. I really didn't know that. You know what I mean? I did not know that. I had no idea. I never knew that about AOC, but I never knew that. Thank you, Jackson. I never knew that. I swear to God, I always thought otherwise. But you know, bruh, this is the democratic socialism message. This is the communism with a capital C message, you know? This is a communism with a capital C message. You know? That's the difference. Communism, democratic socialism. Communism, democratic socialism. This is the most beautiful fucking outfit anyone could wear at the Met Gala. I swear to God, this is beautiful. Kanye is gonna design CPUSA 2036 merch. This is the most beautiful fucking thing. The most beautiful statement you can make. True fashion. AOC is Marie Antoinette and Kanye are the peasants storming Versailles. Exactly. Cara Delevingne. No, I didn't. I don't care. Will there be a 6-month badge? I'm gonna replace all the badges as soon as I can. As soon as I can replace them, I'm gonna. But I'm gonna get new sub badges. I literally have another browser up. You guys are fucking stupid. I have a browser up. I'm not looking at this fucking picture. I'm looking at something else. The fuck is wrong with you guys? I'm gonna put the fucking window here. So here I'm looking at the other window. Here I'm looking at AOC. Other window here. Okay, there we go. I'll look here. Okay, you guys are so fucking annoying.
N'existe pas sans son contraire, qui lui semble facile à trouver. Le bonheur n'existe que pour plaire. Je le veux.
Honestly, what's the issue with democratic socialism? What is the issue? You know, force the vote. That was just, you know, that was just unreasonable. You know what I mean? Force the vote. What is that? What's force the vote? What is that? There's a guy who actually thinks I'm serious. It's just red lips. No, dude, you don't know what's going on. Yeah, maybe we should just tax the rich, honestly. You know what I mean? I don't know. You guys, did you see the Matrix trailer? Let's watch the Matrix trailer together. Or should we finish the Reddit? Let me see if there's shit on the Reddit worth finishing. I'm gonna look through the Reddit. Yeah, chat with Kanye at 3K, definitely. Definitely. Definitely.
Oublie qu'elle t'a blessé, oublie qu'il t'a trompé, Oublie que t'as perdu tout ce que t'avais. C'est simple, sois juste heureux. Si tu le voulais, tu le serais. Tout, il faudrait tout oublier. On pourrait croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai. Tout, il faudrait tout oublier. On pourrait croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur,
Oh my god.
si je le veux, je l'aurai.
The fuck? The fuck is that? Yeah, we do have some Reddit shit.
Infrared rising for 100 years. Caleb and Dawson Jackson forever rising 100 years. CPUSA 2036 for all time 100 years. CPUSA 2036.
Thank you, Captain Waffles. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
I do it so I could see their stone idol crumble into fucking pieces, so that they can know that everything they think about this world is wrong. Nothing gives me more satisfaction than exposing how each and every one of these fucking people are fake and don't know anything. These authorities you look up to, these powers you believe in, they rest on thin fucking air. They are nothing, they are dust, they are fucking ash. That's why I'm here.
Bruh. It's not Durham. It's someone else. IMC. It's Infrasound. Infrasound show made that. Infrasound. Damn, look at this. Not again. We broke international law invading Panama. Now we're breaking the law with the fabricated drug war. Why can't we leave Latin America alone? Haven't we exploited them long enough? Damn, that's Captain America saying that shit. Damn, okay. This is literally vegan humor. What the fuck?
You know, I got to know Putin.
Base Trump? Look at Trump, dude. And you tell me why everyone was sympathetic to Trump, who's a real anti-imperialist around the world. Look at this.
You know, I got to know Putin and President Xi of China and Kim Jong-un and all of them very well. They're at the top of their game.
Mm-hmm.
China's ambassador to U.S. reportedly asked Biden administration to please shut up and Zoom call. Based. Know your place, Biden. Know your place. Know your place.
The underlying
What the hell is this?
The underlying thing in the age of individualism, the age of the self that we've all lived through, is whilst on the one hand we are very free and we're very conscious that we are free and that we can express ourselves, there is also a deep sense of self-consciousness in our time. People have a sense they're being watched, and you get this online all the time, that people behave as though they are being watched, even if they're not. Dancing is this really strange moment, because on the one hand, it's that moment when many people give up that sense of self-consciousness and really let themselves be what they are. But at the same time, you're right, they're dancing within quite a pre-programmed, every DJ knows the range of beats per minute that you can work with. They think they're free, but they're like robots in a system. And it's that paradox of our times, that we feel completely free, but what we don't see are the tendrils of the systems of power that sort of hold us together. The underlying thing in the age...
Infrasound. Nice. Newfoundland episode. Nice. China prepares to test thorium-fueled nuclear reactor. Maoist LARPing on Discord. What is this? For 2 days, we will have a mourning period for our chairman who has recently passed away. During this time, there will be strict moderation on memes and generally unprincipled behavior. I hope that this is understood and the server can voluntarily abide by this, as I trust you are all very principled comrades. TLDR, we are having 2 days of mourning. No PCP jokes or Gonzalo jokes, or you'll receive harsh punishment. Long live Chairman Gonzalo! You know, it's really sad when you take a step back. You take a step back, right? And you realize that these people are fucking 15 years old. You realize these people are 15 years old, right? You realize these people are literally like 14 to 17 years old. Long live Chairman Gonzalo! You know that, right? You know these aren't adults. There might be adults, but those are the people you gotta watch out for, because yikes. It's kind of creepy, but I mean, it is creepy, but these are actually psychotic Zoomers. They all have anime profile pictures, and it's super, super weird. Super weird. Anyway. Pesto Mime is Pesto posting again. Okay, there's so much shit we've missed on the fucking Reddit. Latest polling in Russia looks good for the Communist Party. Nice! Conversation with Brian Bertleg. I'm literally going through so much shit in the Reddit. Pesto Mime's weird posts that don't make any sense, but everyone just ignores. Is there any fucking... My God! How many? I've missed a week of Reddit posts.
Big bird.
I've missed a week. Have I really missed a week of Reddit posts? Have we not covered the Reddit in a week? I've literally been scrolling, just trying to find
Ozzy Weinstein.
something.
Bro, you didn't.
Okay, we're gonna keep going. Okay, you know what? I don't care about Reddit anymore. Thank you, Solos. Yeah, only Infrasound Show has shared good stuff. Okay, finally we caught up. Okay, I think we're caught up. Yeah, I think we caught up. Yeah, there's nothing on the Reddit. Oh my God, there's still so much more. Oh my God, Durham Operations Banger featuring Haas makes it to the top of the subreddit? What? Where am I?
Versus John Zerka? What the fuck is this?
Who's the talking shit now? Let's go!
Fuck you!
Yeah, that was it. I was in that shit.
I fuck your mother, bro! I will come to your house, I'll be...
Bruh. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, let's check this out. We have a really cool post. Haas is such an incel. How can he be this dense and stupid and treat these women like shit? He's stuck in the middle school mentality, Jordan Peterson, pickup crap. Grow up, Haas, or quit the bit. Real people don't like it. It's not cute. My DMs say otherwise, but okay. Haas is such an incel. Yeah, you're right. They don't like it. You're right. You're right. What can I say? You're ultimately right. This is how this guy talks to women. Ready? Dear comrade, I want you to know that as a male feminist, I ultimately consider you my equal. And as my equal, I will never treat you differently. And I want you to know that you are just as smart and just as capable as any man. And I humbly reveal myself as an admirer from afar, but not in a male chauvinistic sense. 'Tis no difference were it to be a different gender. all genders are heteronormative constructs anyway. But I am humbly proposing to you that we can enter into sexualizing relationships on a purely consensual basis, and you will allow me to sniff your hair as a feminist. Fucking weirdo. Am I wrong? That's literally how they are. That's literally how they are. Let's watch the Matrix trailer. Curtis Yarvin, the trailer. This is going to be the Curtis Yarvin trailer.
Thomas? You seem particularly triggered right now. Can you tell me what happened?
I've had dreams that weren't just dreams.
Triggered? Is there nudity in this trailer? I don't think there would be, right? There's no nudity. There can't be. They can't show titties in a fucking trailer, right? No, they can't. Okay.
Am I crazy? We don't use that word in here.
Hi.
What is this fucking movie? Like, who is this? Is not Neo. This isn't Neo, dude. Neo was not like this.
Have we met?
One pill makes you larger, and one pill makes you small, and the ones that mother gives.
He has to keep taking blue pills?
You don't do anything at all.
Wait, this looks like it might be cool, dude. This kind of seems like it'd be cool. As long as they don't make it woke, it'll be cool. I think they're going to make it woke, though. Yeah, watch this shit be woke. It's going to be like... And it was all about indigenous crimes. You know what I mean? I don't know, dude. I don't know what they say nowadays. This movie is a parable for racism. It was all about racism. And we need to do better.
Go ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall.
Huh? They're literally saying Keanu Reeves doesn't age. What is the message? What is that? Can you make better CGI in 2021? Because this looks like fucking dog shit. This looks stupid as fuck.
Time to fly.
There's something really tacky about how this looks, but I also like it. Like, it looks so 90s and 2000s, but I like it.
If you want the truth, Neo, you're going to have to follow me.
The only thing that matters to you is still here. I know it's why you're still fighting and why you will never give up. You don't know me.
Did Morpheus die? He didn't die, did he? Did Morpheus die? Morpheus actor? He's not alive. He's alive, right? Oh, fuck. Oh, thank God he's still alive. Okay. I like that guy. Oh, he died in the movie. That's what it was. Oh, he died in the movie?
No?
That looks stupid. I'm sorry, that looks stupid. Morpheus is dead in the MMO they made. What MMO? What the fuck are you talking about? This looks stupid. What the fuck is this? Actually, it kind of looks cool. It looks unique. It looks, if it's intentional, I don't know if it's intentional. It really looks outdated. It really looks like it's from the 2000s. Or the 90s.
After all these years, to be going back to where it all started. Back to the Matrix.
I just, you can't make this fucking movie after making 1, 2, and 3. Dude, I saw 3, okay? I saw that weird robot world, and, you know, you took it so far with the fucking, the Nautilus, or whatever the ship was. You can't just fucking make this movie and make it a throwback to the first, where they're all in this city, and it's, oh, is it reality? No, we already saw the fucking first 3 films. Dude, why don't you grow balls and continue off of from 3? I want to know what happens in the real world. Make it about the real world. You know what you should do? You should make it about the real world and how people who live in the real world are choosing to go into the Matrix as like virtual reality. That would be cool. That would be cool. That would be cool. That would be cool. Make it take place in the real world, but people choose to go into a virtual reality. And like, it's like a video game. Make it like that. That would be cool. That would be cool. That would be cool. Okay, this is not cool. This is stupid. That's what happened in the third movie? No, it's not. They need to reboot this one first. I don't think they need a reboot. I didn't even think they needed to make this. Why did they even make this? No one even asked for this shit. But no, we didn't need a reboot. And Keanu, and they're all too old. They're all too fucking old. They're all too old, and bruh, I know this is not a Coomer stream, but can you give me some eye candy to motivate me to watch this? Give me some eye candy. Why don't you cast some fine, like, look like Blade Runner, dude. Look at that girl from Blade Runner. She kept me watching that movie, you know? Give me something to look at. Why did Hollywood movies stop casting hot people? Can you tell me why? Hollywood stopped casting attractive people. And now I have no reason to watch. Yeah, give me something for the male gaze. I am a male, and if you want me to watch your fucking movie, give me the male way.
Love you, Hazzy Wazzy.
Thank you, Lop. Appreciate you. Give me something for the male gaze. Honestly. Dude, if you gave me something for the male gaze, I could watch a 5-hour movie. Because don't objectify women. Shut the fuck up. Give me the gaze. Gaze, the male gaze. Give me something to look at. Thank you, Mercurial. Hold on. Thank you. Male gaze is boring. For you, not for me. You can watch. If they cast the chick next to AOC, would you watch it? No. Dude, the best VR or AR anything I've watched was Memories of Alhambra. Fuck, it's about AR. And it's so fucking original and so fucking good. You put on contact lenses and you start seeing NPCs. Dude, imagine if you put on Let me put something for the thumbnail. Imagine if you put on contact lenses and you just went outside and you saw NPCs and you have a virtual sword and you can fucking fight. That's way better than VR. It's AR because it's in the real world, but you put on contacts and you see like another, you know what I mean? It's so fucking cool. VR sucks, right? Because AR, it's still in the real world, but they just add stuff. Dude, Memories of Alhambra is the fuck, dude. I need season 2. I need season 2. There will never be, the season 2 will not be as good as season 1, dude. That show had such a good fucking mystery, a build up. The main character, it was so mysterious what was going on. And it's so fucking good. They started copy striking gala pictures? Are you joking about that or no? Are you joking? Are you joking, Charm? Is that a joke or no? They can't do that? Okay, good. Okay, Hassan watched it. Okay, good. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, as I was saying, The Matrix is overrated. But the best one was... What was the one that had the French girl? What was that one? Matrix, Monica... What's her name? Yeah, Persephone. And she was in The Matrix Reloaded, which is the third or the second one? It's the second one. Number 2 is the best film. Number 2 is the best film. No, I like number 2, dude. Number 1 was like... you know why 2 is the best one? Because I don't care. I don't care about the city that he's in, the fake the Matrix sucks. Like, the actual Matrix sucks. What I liked about the Matrix was the in-between. Like, the fucking secret clubs where, like, people didn't know, but they knew that it was the Matrix, and it was, like, a really fringe elite. Let me show you. Matrix 2, Persephone. They can't show nudity, can they? Oh, fuck. It's got flagged. Damn. Let me show you. Let me show you the best Matrix film. This is the cool parts of the Matrix. When they're just chilling in reality and they're just like, you know what I mean? It's in between. Hold up. This is a good thumbnail. Yeah, dude. This is literally the best one. This is the best Matrix. Matrix 2. Best one. Easily the best one. This is the best one. By far. This is what's cool. Like, this fucking places. That's what's cool about the Matrix. Not the fucking stupid city. I didn't care about that. I cared about these parts. Every nerd in school thinks they look like this. You ever notice that? Every nerd in school thinks that they're like this. You're not like this, dude. Stop. You're just cringe. You're just cringe and weird. Every fucking nerd... Dude, Moldbug thinks he was like this. Curtis Yarvin thinks he was like this guy. You weren't, dude. You're just fucking weird. Stop. Okay?
It's all right, boys. They're with me. These fellas work for my husband. They do his dirty work.
It's a good thumbnail. Dude. How old was she in this? Let me see. Monica Bellucci. Damn, she was actually kind of old. She was like 36 years old. What up, Jason? Watching your E-Date with Kayut Bot. What are your thoughts on her? What are my thoughts on her? I don't really have any. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't have many thoughts about her. That's the truth. She seems sarcastic. I don't know. She seems this is my take on Kayut, or her name's Kiana. My take on Kiana. Kiana This is my take. Ready? I feel like in person, she is super, super, super serious. I feel like she's a very serious, smart person. Like, very serious and very smart. Like, very... Like, she could... I feel like Kiana could be an agent. She could be like a CIA agent or something. She could be like a secret agent. She just has that level of seriousness. You know what I mean? That's my take on her. That's my proclamation. I think she likes decepting guys and lets them think she's a little dumb. No. She likes mocking them to their face. She mocks them and like very subtly with sarcasm. But I won Kiana. I won. She lost and I won. And I'll tell you why. I don't care if you're sarcastic with me. Like, if you tell me, like, oh, Haas, you're such a big man with big muscles. I don't care if you're mocking me. Like, you're saying it, so that's good enough. You know, I don't care if you're sarcastic. I don't mind that. What do I mind? You know? That's a W for me. No, that's a W. Like, you're still saying it. Right? You know what I mean? I'm fine with like I'm a very direct person. Like, if you say, "Oh, Haas, you're skinny," I'm like, "Oh, what the fuck?" But if you just like mockingly say, "Oh my God, Haas, you have such big muscles. That is so whatever," I'm like, okay, I'm fine with that. You know what I mean? You could be sarcastic or mocking me. I do not care. I do not care. I don't think that deeply. I'm honestly not like thinking about it that deeply. It's all on the surface. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care what your real intention is. It's enough for me, you know? It's enough for me. But You gonna make more content with Ink Bites? No. No, I banned her from the chat and removed her and stuff. And yeah, I just, I don't, is at this, is like, this is why. This is why. I'll tell you why. Because she sided with chat. She sided with Zerka's chat against me. And at that point, I'm like, yeah, at that point, it's like, I don't need this chat. You know, I don't need to pander to nobody. You understand? Like, you gotta pander and shit. Good luck with that. I don't give a fuck. I got nothing to do with that. Zerka's chat incident 2 days ago was a bad look. Do you think so? I don't care, dude. I follow where my heart takes me. I just follow where my heart takes me. I'm like a dog chasing a car. I wouldn't even know what to do it if I caught it. But, yeah. I just follow where my heart takes me to go, you know? Have you seen the Destiny debate? Yeah. Gaga, you gotta chill, okay? You gotta chill. You really gotta chill. You're a fucking mod. You can't say that shit. Can't say that shit. Although, if you think about it, all other streamers, mods, what they say about me and they get a pass, whatever. It's not, we're not giving equal treatment, okay? There's no equal treatment. You gotta chill, okay? You gotta chill with that. I will debate Gaga someday. Do it. Literally just go on VC. She'll debate you. I've never heard Gaga be toxic in my fucking life. Every time she yells at people to go debate in VC, she's never actually toxic. She's always nice to everyone she talks to. Why is that? You ever notice that? Ink defended you today against her chat. I mean, that's fine, but I don't know. Don't bother them. You know, don't go and bother them and whatever. It's just that's how it is on Twitch. Some streamers connect and other times they don't connect. Simple as that. Sometimes they friends in their network and sometimes they don't. Simple as. And if I catch you in their chat doing bad shit, you're gonna get banned. That rule still applies, you know? If you go in the chat and still talk shit, you're gonna get banned. And also, don't talk shit here. Don't talk shit here. There's no hard feelings. There's no hard feelings. No bad blood. But, you know, that's just... Some shit is just too far, you know? Simple as that. Simple as that. You good with Zerka? Yeah, I'm good with Zerka. I'm good with Zerka. And also, let me tell you another thing about with Ink Bites. Now, I'm just going to come full disclosure. I told you I didn't have good intentions. I did not have good intentions with her. I told her that. I told you guys that. And, you know, it's as simple as that. Like, it should end now. It should end now. Because, again, I don't have good intentions. I am not like a good guy who's going to be a good boyfriend and, you know, be in a relationship. I don't have good intent. I'm being honest. I'm just being honest with you. I don't have good intentions. I'm not really looking for a relationship. So it's, you know, it's not that serious. It's really not serious. It's not serious. Trust me. You know, I could be the type of guy who just plays people and pretends, but I'm just not that guy. I'm just not that guy. You know? So leave it at that. True, you'd be a bad BF. I'm not really looking for a relationship at all. So I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm not looking for a relationship. I'm just not. I'm not. I do not trust anyone. I don't trust anyone in this life right now. At least for now. For now, I do not trust anyone. I just don't trust anyone. That's as simple as that. I don't trust nobody. So I'm not looking for a relationship. And yeah, simple as that. Relationship equals, bruh. I'm not that thirsty. I'm really not that thirsty in general. I'm really not a thirsty guy. I'm gonna be real. I'm not. Guys, think about it. For years, I was just using my left hand. For years. How many of you have gone years without getting any? So I can cope with that. I can deal with that. Okay? I can deal with that. And yes, I'm a lefty when it comes to that. You don't trust Zerka? It seems like you do. I trust Zerka more than anyone on Twitch. Guys, I am not a thirsty guy. I'm not. I'm not. I have to force myself to pursue someone. And plus, she said to stop pursuing her. So I'm just going to stop. She said that on stream. So why wouldn't I just stop? You know? Simple as that. I'm not going to force nothing. I don't force shit. Have you communicated with Zerka to avoid any misunderstanding? We've been in contact. Don't worry about it. Are you still planning on going to Texas? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Possibly. All guys have used their hands since the mid 2000s. Yeah, that's actually why. That's actually why. Soft Peach Radio account created 7 minutes ago. Lying. I heard that. What? What did you hear? New account. What did you hear? What did you hear, Soft Peach? Go ahead. I'll give you a chance. Do what you gotta do. What did you hear? It was a what? Let me look up what that means. Don't act like it wasn't there. What wasn't there? An alt account created just to watch me after getting banned. But who is it? Is the question. Who is it? They're banned. They're banned. Being banned is the worst fate that can befall. If you could delete one movie from all of history and everyone's mind, what would it be? Avengers. Easily the Avengers. Easily the Avengers. Easily the Avengers. There's not even a doubt about that. If you could delete one philosopher from history, why would it be Spinoza? It literally would be Spinoza. It would literally be Spinoza. Spinoza's the only guy that I just think was wrong. You know that? Spinoza's like the only guy that I just think is wrong. I just think he's wrong. You know? How about Deleuze? He was cringe. He was cringe.
Work. You're very good, very loyal, aren't you, boys?
Yes, mistress.
You come from a much older version.
I'm the keymaker.
Oh yeah, this is probably TOS. I can't show this.
Every one of us, she's in love.
Anyway. No, Deleuze was okay. I'm sorry. Deleuze was okay. I mixed up some things. Deleuze was fine.
C'est simple, sois juste heureux. Si tu le voulais, tu le serais. C'est simple, sois juste heureux. Si tu le voulais, tu le serais. N'existe pas sans son contraire, qui lui semble facile à trouver. Le bonheur n'existe que pour plaire, je le veux. Enfin je commence à douter d'en avoir vraiment rêvé. Est-ce une envie? Parfois je me sens obligée. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué. Tout, il faudrait tout oublier. On pourrait croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. À ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai.
N'existe pas sans son contraire, une jeunesse pleine de sentiments. L'ennui est inconditionnel, je peux ressentir le malaise des gens qui dansent. Essaye d'oublier que tu es seul, vieux souvenirs comme la DSL. Et si tout le monde t'a délaissé, ça s'est passé après les sols.
Il faudrait tout oublier. Pour y croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Si simple, sois juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. Ferme les yeux, oublie que tu es toujours seul. Oublie qu'elle t'a blessé, oublie qu'il t'a trompé, oublie qu'elle t'a perdu tout ce que t'avais. C'est simple, sois juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais.
Vermilion with the 10. Thank you so much, man.
Pour y croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai. Tout, il faudrait tout oublier. Pour y croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, je l'aurai. Et le spleen n'est plus à la mode. C'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Le spleen n'est plus à la mode. C'est pas compliqué. Et le spleen n'est plus à la mode. C'est pas compliqué d'être. C'est simple, sois juste heureux. Si tu le voulais, tu le serais. C'est simple, sois juste heureux. Si tu le voulais, tu le serais. C'est simple, sois juste heureux. Si tu le voulais, tu le serais.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, let's finish the Curtis interview, the Curtis Yarvin interview. Let's finish this. Let's finish it where we left off. Did her ticket cost 35 grand? You're telling me AOC paid 35 grand to go to the fucking Met Gala? Really? Let's watch Bulldog.
Exact same reason they hate your makeup professional. And when you sympathize, when you have this friend-enemy distinction, when you have this sort of, kind of idea of we're at war with these people, I mean, I can't tell you how, when Walter Mondale lost the election in 1984, I was living in Cyprus,
Dude, AOC was like, I'm gonna go to the Met Gala, and this would be AOC, ready? I got invited to the Met Gala, and I was really thinking that I was gonna do something a little bit special. So I'm gonna put the dress to put tax the rich. And this is really gonna be quite special. Shut up. You know what I mean? That's literally how she was thinking. Tell me I'm wrong.
off the coast of Turkey, little island there.
Yeah.
And I was getting my news 2 or 3 days late because we could only read the International Herald Tribune, and I was 11.
How's my girlfriend wants to sleep? What do I do? Sleep with me?
11 years old. I was just utterly devastated that this foul creature Reagan had won an election over this fundamentally good and decent and wise man, Walter Mondale. You might have had the same,
I did not have the same
you
reaction.
did not have the same reaction, right? But that was absolutely my reaction. And you have this reaction when you're part of, and this is true, by the way, of any aristocracy and any sort of ruling class, especially in an oligarchy where there's sort of no kind of center of power to balance aristocratic power. In an oligarchy like ours, in a world that's ruled by the deep state or the swamp or the cathedral or whatever you want to call it, this world of permanent, influential people inside and outside the government. And it's very important that many of these power centers are outside the government proper.
I've noticed.
And you might have noticed that. And
they're beyond the control of the population.
Yeah, that makes them completely unaccountable. To sort of digress a little bit, if you took the New York Times or all the prestigious mainstream media, just shut down the rest, it's all dying anyway, like the 2 or 3 most prestigious outlets, and instead of calling them private companies,
je l'aurais.
N'existe pas sans son contraire, une jeunesse pleine de sentiments. L'ennui est inconditionnel, je peux ressentir le malaise des gens qui dansent. Essaye d'oublier que tu es seul, vieux souvenirs comme la DSL. Et si tout le monde t'a délaissé, ça s'est passé après les sols.
Il faudrait tout oublier, pour y croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai. Le spin n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Le spin n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué. Le spin n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Si ça me soit juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. Ferme les yeux, oublie que tu es toujours seul. Oublie qu'elle t'a blessé, oublie qu'il t'a trompé, oublie qu'elle t'a perdu tout ce que t'avais. Si ça me soit juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. Tout, il faudrait tout oublier. Pour y croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai. Tout, il faudrait tout oublier. Pour y croire, il faudrait tout oublier. On joue, mais là j'ai trop joué. Ce bonheur, si je le veux, je l'aurai. Le spin n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être heureux. Le spin n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué. Le spin n'est plus à la mode, c'est pas compliqué d'être. Si ça me soit juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. Si ça me soit juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. Si ça me soit juste heureux, si tu le voulais, tu le serais. N'existe pas sans son contraire, qui lui semble facile à trouver. Le bonheur n'existe.
Woo! God damn!
It's at least a reasonable thought. And, you know, the interesting question is, okay, is the New York Times a democracy? Is it, how is the New York Times governed? And then you think about it and you're like, oh, I see. It's a fifth generation hereditary absolute monarchy.
The problem with Moldbug, he's just not smart. He's kind of smart, but he's not that smart, right? Like Moldbug, you don't understand. Moldbug doesn't understand the difference between private property and sovereignty. He's in the Anglo box. He doesn't understand that private property and sovereignty are not the same thing. Private property does not mean sovereignty. Like, you gotta understand that, dude. Private property does not mean sovereignty. Please understand that.
Man.
Like, you can't have a private state because that's not what a state means. That's the opposite of what a state is. A state is not private property. Else it's not a state. Period.
Try as you may, you cannot eliminate this form of government. And that's what gives it its weight and its prestige. The very font that the New York Times is written in is saying, respect this fifth generation. It's fifth? Is it fifth?
At least.
At least generation absolute monarchy. And in fact, I think one of the reasons that we've had this sort of, woke explosion since, I try to not use that word because if you've noticed, they've stopped using it.
Yeah.
But it's so easy to say. One of the reasons we've had this latest woke explosion since 2013, actually, I think one of the problems the Times has now for any Times people who are listening.
Thank you, Mango Neil. Appreciate you, Mango Neil. Thank you.
I know it's not likely, but any Times people out there, I think your problem is that you have a weak king. I think the latest Sulzberger is letting his office be run by the office slack.
Yeah.
And I think that basically that is doing what an oligarchy does, which is to reward increasingly unbalanced perspectives.
That's a very interesting observation. Why do oligarchies reward increasingly unbalanced? I mean, that would seem like not a great self-preservation strategy.
Well, yeah, there's no strategy here. It's a decentralized oligarchy, right? And so, you basically have to sort of look within this mindset of the American governing class, the people who you went to a good school, right, Tucker?
I went to a bad school.
Well, really?
Yeah. I went to Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut.
I wish I didn't. Never mind.
Trust.
Well, I
was unimpressed to be there. I was unimpressive while I was there, and I'm ashamed that I wasted 4 years there.
Well, I'm a legacy Brown admit, and I'm not sure I needed the legacy admissions, but the fact is I got it. And
Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island.
Yes, and Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. And, all I can say about these people who believe the woke explosion started in 2013 or whatever is, they should have been at Brown with me in 1991 because it's exactly the same doctrine.
Yeah.
Moldbug's like, yeah, like in 1991, like I was not allowed to say the N-word. And I wasn't even allowed to yell it. It's the same thing. Okay, dude, shut up. Come on. It was not the same. I mean, I get what he's saying, but like, dude, come on. It wasn't the same thing. You're just a little bit too edgy. Like, when I was at Brown in 1991, like, I could not even say the N-word. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And so that just means that its roots cannot be later. It's like if you found like a bat coronavirus from 1991, right? You can't say, well, this was created in 2013.
Right.
Right. And so it's a very deep problem, and it doesn't date to 1991 either. This is sort of a deep strain of thinking in the American aristocracy, in the American upper class. It's the way these people who sort of were my people think. And,
where does it come from?
Oh, my gosh, where does it come from? I think that, there's a couple of ways that you can answer that question. One fun way is to answer it genealogically. And so you can kind of work backward in time and say, who are the people, take the way the average American college student thinks in 2021. Now let's find the people in 1921 who think like this person. Where are these people? Do they exist? Were these attitudes invented? And if you go back in 1921 and you look for people who think like Americans today, you will find these people. They'll be in Greenwich Village. They'll be in Provincetown. They'll be, contain many like super rich trust fund people. They're the people that John Reed went to Harvard with.
Right.
One of the things I say is, the most accurate historical movie that I know of is Reds with John Reed, because all you have to do is take these people, put them in funny clothes, give them funny accents, and tell them to act naturally. And you're like, yeah, wow, the Hollywood stars of the 1980s, they have the same sexual habits as the, ruling class of the 1920s. They hang out in the same places. They're the same people.
No, I don't buy that.
Right? This is
Is he right? I don't know. Maybe he's right.
Something, once you establish that this...
I hate that movie. By the way, Reds is the shittiest movie of all time. I would ban that movie.
Sort of way of thinking and this way of being modern is older than anyone alive. It's actually a really...
Reds is the fucking shittiest fucking movie. Shitlib movie that's like turning the Bolshevik Revolution into a fucking color revolution. Let's all go together. It's not how it fucking was, dude. The Bolshevik Revolution was a revolution committed by real Russian men, sailors hardened in battle, tough fucking people. That's who fucking did it. I want to make a comparison that I probably can't. I'll just say, like, the October Revolution was more like a certain political event in America that happened this year than what Reds was depicting. Let's just say that. It was more like that.
Hopeful observation.
It was not some fucking Left-wing liberals. Shut the fuck up, you know?
Because it makes you sort of stop blaming people and start to think more about structures.
The system.
The system. And it's like...
It was sailors and soldiers and peasants. It was not fucking, you know, this fucking stupid.
What rewards, you know, these kinds of ideas? It's very, very simple. It's like if you read anyone's college application essay, what is the most common thing that these people who are applying to college, because they're applying literally on your college application, you are ranked as a member of the American aristocracy as surely as Peter the Great's table of ranks. Okay, you are applying, when you apply to college, you were applying for a rank. The fact that it's not official, there isn't like some like badge you get or anything like that, okay, sure, but you're applying for a rank. And what do you say when you're applying for a rank? Very simple. You want to change the world. You want to make an impact. Everyone basically who aspires to matter in this country, in this world today, is someone who wants to make an impact. What you're saying when you say, I want to make an impact, is literally you are saying, I want power. And because you are literally saying, I want power, and feeling powerful, even though there's no possible world in which millions of people can actually literally hold power, which means affect government decisions or affect government authority, they're saying, I want to be powerful. And so, if you want to be powerful...
That's kind of true. When people say, like, I want to make an impact, that's what they're saying. That's kind of true. It's kind of true. It's kind of true. That's 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 pretty true. Pretty true. Kind of true. That's pretty true. Kind of true. Kind of true. That's pretty true. In a way, it's kind of true. In a way, it's kind of true. That's kind of true. That's true then. Yeah, no. That's true. That's pretty true. That's kind of true. But kind of true. Like, that's pretty true. Kind of true. Yeah, that's true. Kind of true. Kind of true. That's kind of true. And pretty true. And it's like, that's kind of true. And it's pretty true. Yeah, it's pretty true. And it's like, that's true. It's kind of true. You know. It's pretty true. Pretty true. It's kind of true. It's kind of true. It's kind of true.
And there's basically all of this essentially pornography of power out there saying you can, you know, feel powerful by supporting this. You can feel powerful by putting this sign in your yard. Putting this sign in your yard reminds you that you matter, that you're trying to make a difference, that you realize how bad things are. Often you'll like think of the powers that be as completely imaginary corporate conspiracies or something like that. And you'll basically be like, I'm making a difference, which your sign actually says. This sort of goes back to the kind of Machiavellian approach of seeing, you know, the difference between sort of the objective and the subjective reality. What all of those signs really say, I'm cribbing from a famous dissident essay from Václav Havel here, what they really all say is, I support power. I support the government. I support the parties in charge.
Exactly.
I
think this every day as I look around.
And, you know, and it's just like it's like the glasses and they live, you know.
When I drive by and I see a Black Lives Matter sign in someone's driveway, what they're saying is, I'm obedient to the regime.
Yeah, or I love power. And so there's this sort of duality between loyalty and ambition, because what you're saying is, I am loyal to the regime and I am happy for the feeling of power that being part of the party is giving me.
Exactly.
And so it's the most common thing in the world. And you know, you look at this regime, and what's so funny is that Americans are exposed to all of this starting in like, you know, childhood. They're exposed to all of this like dystopian fiction. Like you're constantly reading about dystopias in your like YA books, and you're like, you know, it's nonstop. And yet, you know, you have these sort of basic dystopian things like, you know, the government, these signs actually say "I love power," which is exactly what Václav Havel said in Czechoslovakia in 1976. I wonder if there's any way in which our system of government is anything like Czechoslovakia's in 1976.
Well, it's not.
Very close to it.
In some
How?
ways, the difference is it
That's
had a
stupid.
Center. It had a center, and ours does not have a center. And there was a Politburo in Czechoslovakia in 1976. There was a Central Intelligence Agency. This was, this was a classic totalitarian structure. And the thing is, what happens to Americans is they sort of look for this center and they don't find it. And they don't understand how the system can basically evolve to this point without having some kind of central control, because they see one of the various concepts that people find in this million words that they really like.
How is it like Czechoslovakia? That says just like communism.
Like is my idea of the cathedral.
Yes.
And the point that I keep making is it's a Socratic point. It's simply a question. What is your theory of why the Washington Post and the New York Times and every other prestigious, and the Guardian and every other prestigious voice in society and every prestigious university in society is always on the same page?
Yes.
It looks as though there was why do Yale and Harvard always agree on everything? Couldn't Yale go libertarian while, Harvard is going woke? Like, why wouldn't that happen? And you look at reality and you're like, there's no way that could happen. That could never happen. And if it could never happen, it means that these organizations are essentially branches,
of the same thing.
Of the same thing. But when you look at their organizational structure, you don't find any evidence of that. And you're like, where are the wires? Like, I'm looking at this and I'm not seeing the wires. When I saw, when you look at, say, the history of any authoritarian regime, whether it's...
Sorry, I got to ask my producer, are you following this?
It's amazing.
When you look at, sort of the power structure of Eastern Europe, Nazi Germany or whatever, it's a classic dictatorship, classic dystopia. You see the Fuhrer. The Fuhrer has a minister of information.
Right.
He's like, print this.
There's an
don't
org
print
chart.
This, that. There's an org chart. There's an org chart. And when you look at Harvard and Yale and the whole rest of the system, okay, there are these accreditation bodies, there are various funding things, but there's no org chart. And the thing is, you can sort of basically work very hard to kind of see an org chart that isn't really there, or you can think very hard about why this happens. And I can tell you it's not a hard concept to explain. I think it's a hard concept to evangelize, or it's a pretty subtle concept, unfortunately. When you think about the way these oligarchies work, the model of the people who believe in these things, that put the signs on, their lawns, is actually very reasonable. They're like, why should we delegate these decisions to Harvard? And the answer is Harvard and Yale and the whole, other, collective of this world. Why do we delegate these decisions to these people? There are very, very clear pragmatic reasons for doing that. One is we know that these institutions select the smartest people around. They're incredibly competitive. They're incredibly hard to get into.
I actually know the answer to this. All of this.
Incredibly hard to rise in. And they create these incredible concentrations of expertise. And, maybe the way I think about COVID is a good example of the way these things go wrong. So basically, that view of the world says, when the public has to make decisions about virology, who are we going to call? And the oligarchic answer is, obviously, we are going to call the virologists. Oh, what, are we going to call your, aunt in Iowa? What, right. Excuse me? The one I saw from the plane at 30,000 feet? Are we going to call the people at the rodeo? No, we'll call the virologists, right? I got it. I'm brilliant, right? So, this was their answer. And this is a 20th century answer. This is, the idea of basically just delegating without any accountability, responsibility for important decisions to academics, basically kind of dates mostly to the Woodrow Wilson era.
Yes.
So, the progressive era with a capital P, right. It's about, and this is when basically America's, so if you see description of the Gilded Age, go to an old American city, see all those brick buildings and beautiful old stuff, all of DC, all of that is built in what we call the Gilded Age, which is a period when America was governed very much the way China is now. It was very corrupt. Politics was this incredibly sordid, screwed up business. shit got done.
Yeah.
Shit got done in a corrupt way with people stealing a bunch.
Yep.
But did shit get done at enormous velocity, really fast, all the time in the physical world, not just building some goddamn software? Absolutely. Right. Look at the way they built the Empire State Building. Right. This is the world that built the Empire State Building. So, and at this time, America, like China, is a third world country. It's culturally insecure. It does not have, before World War I, it's like, it's a peninsula of Anglo-American culture. The center is in London and has always been in London. The center of finance is in London. America is the periphery. American intellectuals look at this and they're like,
Wait, what is he saying? He was saying, yeah, this is true. America was a periphery of England at that time.
We should be the future. Look at a map. And what we actually need is essentially, and you'll see this written very, very explicitly, for example, in Walter Lippmann, who I'm sure you've read.
Yeah.
Right? And what America needs is basically a new class of Platonic guardians. A new class of basically people who are sort of, just are not these like sordid, stealing politicians. Like, so this comes out of people like Henry Adams, for example.
Yes.
Who's like this like fourth generation super, he's like, from this amazing political dynasty. He's like the intellectual leader of America, as the editor of the North American Review, which was like the New Yorker of its day, but better. He's basically like, that whole world of old money and old wealth is like, no, actually, this isn't working. And the new world will be a world of science. And it needs to be guided by science, and it needs to be guided by expertise. What comes out of that is the invention of sort of all these social sciences, which are really sciences of government, or probably in most cases pseudosciences of government, because they don't actually seem to work out very well when you try them, which is a thing that normally...
Sociology, psychology.
Yeah. And so, all of these things, so you get sort of all of these sciences that are basically sciences of government and sciences of how the government should do something. And once sort of any kind of governing power, whether it's the people or a king or anything other than an oligarchy, decides that the oligarchy has the last vote, and it's the oligarchy's opinion that counts, and basically delegates it to the experts, the scientists, the mandarins, the priests, whatever you call them, you've ceded power to these people.
And then
and the consequence,
democracy's done at that point.
Oh yeah, democracy. Yeah, remember my two no's, right? It isn't and it shouldn't be, and it can't be. And the American people just simply don't have the power to do that. They don't have the energy. They don't have the knowledge. They don't have the energy. It's not a question of even whether they would do it well or badly.
You even know what democracy is, dude? You're cringe.
They would just do it weakly, and power would be instantly ripped from their hands. It would be like having an absolute monarch who's like 6 years old. There's no way this kid, even if he's the rightful king of France, is actually the king of France.
Moldbug's like, democracy is when people directly decide everything. No, it's not. That's so fucking stupid. There's no such thing as direct democracy, okay? No such thing. Let me mute it.
And sorry, that was a little coarser than my usual analogy.
So good.
But
let her rip.
All right. You guys, I gotta go to the gym. I'm gonna try to start. What's tomorrow? Wednesday. We're gonna start tomorrow's stream earlier, and we're gonna stream longer. 8 hours tomorrow. 8 hours tomorrow. You understand? 8 hours tomorrow. I was gonna go to 6. I gotta go to the gym. Trust me. 8 hours tomorrow. We're going back on a roll. We're gonna be back on a roll of sorts. You understand? We're gonna be back on a roll. We're gonna be back doing what we've, yesterday was 1 hour, today's 5 hours, and Wednesday 8 hours, Thursday 8 hours, Friday hopefully 8 hours, Saturday 8. We're gonna be on our 8 hour grinds. Understand? 7 to 8 hour grind. I can't promise 8, but 7 to 8 hour grinds, you know? But, alright, guys. I'm going to try to stream earlier tomorrow, but, you know. The thing is, guys, you got to understand that. I'm going to go to the gym. Bye, guys.